Hey Crystal, can you start the webinar? I can't do it on my end. Alrighty. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Diné. We're gonna get started. Apologies for the lateness. We had some technical difficulties. But we are beginning. So again, yeah, Diné, good morning. I am the co-director for the Diné Artisans and Authors Capacity Building Institute, DOC-B for short. And I wanted to give proper introductions, but due to time, we are unfortunately within our presenter's time. So we're just going to quickly just do these intros and then just get started with our guest speaker, Tanea Winder. With that, I'll go ahead and just pass it to Crystal so she can introduce herself. And yeah, we'll begin that way. I'll go ahead and unmute
Good
really quick.
morning, everyone. Yad Bennett, everyone. She'e Crystal Little Bani Nisha, Kitchen Cheatney Nishla, Maidish, Gijni, Bush's Chain, Think the 20 Dish Che Auto, but Dani Dish Welcome everyone to our virtual exhibition. And it's been a great few months that we've been working with our mentors and then also our fellows. So we really appreciate you logging on, registering, and to find out what and to see what our fellows have created and what they've been up to, and we're super excited. So without further ado, and we'll pass it on to Tanea to get this webinar started, this expedition started. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
really quickly.
Crystal. Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, just wanted to give you proper introduction really quick. I'm just gonna read your bio and then just pass it along to you. So Tanea Winder is an author, singer, songwriter, poet, motivational speaker, and educator who comes from an intertribal lineage of Southern Ute, Pyramid Lake Paiute, Diné, and Duckwater Shoshone nations, where she is an enrolled citizen, a winner of the 2010 A Room of Her Own Foundation's Orlando Prize in Poetry. Her work has appeared or is forthcoming in Poetry, Rumpus, and World Literature Review, among others. Her poems have been produced and performed by the Poetic Theater Productions Presence Company in NYC. And her published poetry collections include Words Like Love, Why Storms Are Named After People and Bullets Remain Nameless, and Words to Live By. Give it up for Tanea.
Thank you, Shayna. Thank you, Crystal, and everyone for being here today. Had a beautiful day, beautiful morning and afternoon. So I'm looking forward to just seeing everybody present and learn more about everybody's work. But I'm going to share a little bit today about, my writer's journey, the writer's life, self-publication, and just really how to navigate or how I've navigated the literary publishing processes. I don't know if it's how everyone should, but I'll share how I've done it just in hopes. Oops. Am I able to share my screen? If someone can give me permission to share.
Yes, hold on. Let me give you.
All
Okay,
right,
you should be
perfect.
able to now.
Thank you. So I wanted to just start off by, just talking about this concept of heart work. For me, the way I try to navigate, whether it's my life as a just human being, my life as an artist, or my life as a a professional working in my 9 to 5 job, I like to think of the concept of heart work. For different people, it means different things. For me, I really just believe that each of us was born with a light that creator, the higher power put inside of us. And then that light is what you're meant to shine and ignite during your time here at this earth. And that some of us might feel, there's this author, First Nations author, Richard Van Camp, from his book, The Lesser Blessed. He has this quote that says, I have this God-shaped hole in my heart, and I think you do too. And I love that quote so much because I think so many of us might feel like we're born with that God-shaped hole, that creator-shaped hole, that universe-shaped hole. That hole might present in different ways. You might feel not good enough, not worthy, not smart enough, not fast enough, not talented enough, so many different things, not lovable. And for many of us, when we feel emotionally that God-shaped hole, the longing is to fill it, right, with things. Some of us might fill it with unhealthy coping mechanisms or healthy. Some of those unhealthy ones we might try to fill it with, toxic relationships, whether that's friendships or intimate relationships, maybe drugs or alcohol, just to try to numb that feeling. I know one of the things I've tried to fill that hole with is just becoming a workaholic, trying to fill that not enoughness. But it took me a long time to realize that universe shaped hole, that creator shaped hole, that God shaped hole is not something that we're meant to fill in that way. It doesn't mean that we're not enough, but it's really what flows through that hole. Empathy flows through that hole. Our art, I feel like that hole, that God-shaped hole is where my poetry, my music, my art comes from, my storytelling. So it took me a long time to realize that hole is not something meant to be filled, but it's what love and so many beautiful things flow through. And to use that creator shaped hole to help bring something beautiful into this world. Like that's where that feeling of not enoughness comes from. It's really just we're meant to create, to birth something into this world, whether it's books, weaving, art pieces, so many different things. And so I call it heart first heart work because sometimes our ego can get in the way, in any of our art practices. You want to be acknowledged as good, or for some of us that acknowledgement might come in like you getting poems published or like a book published, and it's really hard to navigate wanting that validation as an artist, knowing who you want the validation from, whose validation means the most to you. But sometimes, like I said, that when we're led with our ego, when we're led with those unhealthy parts, we're not living our life in a heart first way. So I call it heart first heart work. For me, is navigating the journey, just to try to remember, like, to lead with a good heart, start with a good heart, that to start from that place of mindfulness, that place of spirit, that place where my ancestors are with me, or my wisest ancestor self is with me as well too. It's not perfect, definitely not perfect at it, but that's one of the main threads in how I navigate my life on this artist journey. And it really began from a place of just love and self-care. I want to say, like, started taking poetry and writing more seriously after I experienced a significant loss in my life. And I really dove into writing to try to remember, to try to not forget the things that I wanted to hold near and dear to my heart. It became this coping mechanism for me. That storytelling became all the medicine I didn't know I needed. And so when I went to college and I was supposed to become this lawyer, because that's how I wanted to help my people, I found myself taking so many just creative writing classes and poetry classes. Like, that was my joy. Poetry is how I survived Stanford, I like to say, because it gave me that peace. It gave me that safe place where I could just write and express myself and process. But because of, like, I guess maybe the culture of success or individuality that I sometimes felt that the Stanford machine perpetuated, I did feel like, oh my gosh, like if I'm going to be a lawyer and I went to Stanford, I'm going to have to go to like Harvard or Yale or something to be a successful, good lawyer. Like just trying to keep pushing that goalpost for success farther away from myself. Um, and so again, I experienced another significant loss of a dear friend of mine while I was in college, and that really just created this rupture. I almost think of it like glass shattering, where I really had to put myself back together in like a new mosaic, a new form. And with that is actually what brought me back to poetry, and is what I would say the most significant pivot into poetry for me was working at this Upward Bound program. So I had written a grant through my college to do this poetry project that I called Many Hearts, One People. And I wanted to, it was modeled after this poet, Robert Pinsky, his favorite poems project, where I wanted to work with all the students to have them either write or find what was their favorite poem. And we recorded it and did this whole little awesome video and documentary. I'm not sure, it might still be on YouTube. Um, but it was such a fun process working with the students, working with them. And I got an opportunity to be a resident advisor at this Upward Bound program, to live in the dorms with the students, have my own group of girls that I looked after, and it absolutely changed my life, because I realized I actually don't want to become a lawyer. I think I want to write, and I want to write for, um, people like my friend who left this earth too soon. I want to write for the youth, the students I work with, so they can see themselves in the literature, in the poems, and that maybe these poems can help people when they need to feel like there's still hope in the world. And so that actually began my journey into writing spoken word. Because some of my students, they weren't as much into the poetry of the page, so I thought, well, let me meet them where they're at. Let me try to write some spoken word poems. Um, I was just talking with another one of the panelists earlier, Byron, about this beautiful space that existed in Denver, and it was called Cafe Cultura. It's now called Sacred Voices, but the first Friday of every month, they would do an open mic, have music, have a featured performer. There was food, crafts, and vendors, and it was so much fun. A very family-friendly, community-based event. And now I remember getting invited to perform at this, and it was going to be one of my first times performing in front of a bunch of people. And, I had said like my poems come from a place of grief and sadness and loss processing. And it is that way because in my professional life or other roles, I've always been in like a leader role or a director role. So I kind of felt like I've always had to hold it together, have that composure. If you're the one people look to in times of distress, you need to be strong. But poetry was the place I could break down, right? And not be strong. I could feel doubt. I could feel insecurity. I could feel the sadness I didn't feel I could have in these other roles. So a lot of my poems were about like death and longing and intense things. So I thought, okay, I'm going to be the feature at this event on a Friday night where the vibes are feeling good. How am I going to like perform as myself and not leave people feeling in like a more down place? So I wrote one of my first spoken word poems. This is still on YouTube. It's called Silly Love Songs. And it's like this 7-minute poem that I memorized. I wish I could memorize that long now, but I really put in work where I would just kind of make fun of myself, and like would sing parts of these love songs from like the 90s and other things to try to just I was making myself laugh and made other people laugh. And I'll never forget it because I performed and people loved it. There was another artist who was featured who happened to be in the audience, but Douglas Miles, who does Apache skateboards. And I remember he came up to me afterwards and he was like, this is like, he didn't say it in this way, but it was in essence like, this is your secret sauce. Like, this is what you're meant to keep doing. Like, keep doing it. And because I'm not really good at having just like surface level conversations, I just immediately went deep and I was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I'm going to be any good. I don't know if people are going to support me. And it makes more sense now than it did then. But he said, people are going to support you in your art, not just because you're good, but because you're you. Like, people support you. And I've always held on to that piece of advice. I don't think he probably doesn't even remember me or that he even said that, but it really just was a good reminder of that, that mantra, be a good relative. When you show up for community, when you don't come in and try to just extract and like, I want this from you, I want that publication, how can you help me? But when it's reciprocal and giving from that heart first place, that good things can happen. And I share that because the things I'm going to share in my time with you is that's absolutely how I've made it as a poet and an author and an artist, is because of those community connections. And it started with our youth. It started with Native youth from the Upward Bound program because I was writing and creating for them. And little did I know it wasn't strategic or anything, but I did that program for over 10 years. And all my students, went on to become amazing, beautiful human beings in the world who were community workers or, went to college and were part of their student club. So then I started getting booked at different colleges that my students were going to. I started getting booked to speak at graduations from my students' high schools or from other places. And I didn't realize that was Creator helping me cut my teeth, to just practice becoming a better motivational speaker, practice giving workshops in different settings, whether it's elementary school or elders in communities. So I really owe so much of my success and of the places I've gone to my students. They're the ones who support and buy my books when I have a new book that's been published and things like that. And because of that giving, that actually led to the publication of my first book, Words Like Love. A friend of mine from grad school, we started this online journal called As Us, a space for women of the world. We felt like most literary magazines back then weren't publishing stories from people like us, women like us. So we created our own online magazine. And so because of that, Albuquerque had this cultural conference it used to do. And I was invited to come just talk about the magazine and things like that. I was helping with the conference. And at that conference, I met who is now and was going to be the new director of Chicano and Chicana Studies at UNM. And when she heard I needed a job, she offered me an adjunct position just from meeting me there. And at that same event, just so happened Joy Harjo. I'm going to turn off my video because it says I'm unstable. But Joy Harjo, Sherry Moraga, Laura Tohi, he's published so many people. And so he reached out to me after that conference and asked, can you meet me for lunch at the Frontier? I had just finished my MFA. I didn't really know what I was going to do with my books. I had sent it to one contest, I think Kenyon Review's Earthworks Prize. And I did get an honorable mention or made it as a semifinalist or something, but I didn't do anything beyond it with that. And then I met John at Frontier, and at our meal, he just said, I want to publish your book. And at this point, I had no idea if he'd even read any of my poems. But I remembered what Douglas Miles told me, people will support you for you. And I never got the chance to ask him exactly why are you publishing me and giving me this beautiful opportunity. But I'd like to think it was because of just showing up for community, with the magazine, helping with that conference, being present and active in the poetry community here at the time. And so I said yes, and this became my first book. He let me pick the cover. I had this First Nations artist and journalist, Angela Sterrett, design it. I really love it. It has the reflection of the woman on his back. It's funny because at the time I was doing a lot of work supporting Sichanga Lakota hip hop artist Frank Wallen, and people are like, is that you and Frank in the book? I'm like, no, that is not me and Frank on the cover. But this was a book that processed, my friend's loss from college. So I like to think of that as me and my friend, me and Um, but so if you have a copy of this book out there, it's a limited edition, only so many existed, but it was a wonderful process. I think things are different now, but there was a time, if you were a native artist, you just had a teepee on your cover or things like that. Like people didn't always let you have that autonomy in what you wanted to share. So I really had a wonderful experience with that publishing company. The way it was, I think you could, I can't remember exactly, but I think you could either get an advance or so many free copies. And I wanted the free copies just to sell them on my own or give them away. And it was nice because I would be able to buy author copies for half off, and then I would sell them on my own. And that was really helpful for doing just different events and different gigs and things like that. Um, one of the things that was interesting about it is, again, like even when you have these little wins, sometimes ego still steps in, right? So it's like, why am I not getting booked at like bookstores or universities? Like I want to be seen as like a serious poet. I don't know why in my mind I thought being at bookstores or only at universities would make me a serious poet. But back then, that's what young Diné I thought was success as a writer. And so I would get kind of sad if I would do a poetry reading at like a college or a bookstore and there was just like five people there, you know, one of them being, Byron and another friend. I'm just kidding, but like, and not sad that the loved ones are there to support me, but just like where's everyone else at? Um, and at that time is when I actually met Frank Wan. I got invited to open for him at CU Boulder, because I was working there at the time with that Upward Bound program. So the native students there knew me and asked me to open the concert. And it was beautiful, right? Because it was the first time I'd seen Frank Wan and the Sampson Brothers perform. And it was one of those moments where like sometimes you see somebody and you're like, wow, that person is doing exactly what they were born to do. And they were just such magic. I don't know any other way to say it. And I knew I wanted to bring them back to perform for my Upward Bound students in the summer. But this relationship later led to creator kind of just putting me and Frank in the same place at the same time. Like there were two other gigs that we did, not together, but in the same city. And after that, I asked him if he needed a manager or something like that, but I started working with him. And it was, I'm always going to be grateful for him and the role that he's had in my life and my career too, because he would let me go with him when he would get booked for performances, and I would help just take care of things, take care of him. But he would let me open his shows with a poem, and he would always say, being a man and being a native man, like to share his platform, like that women, his mom, others, like they really have helped mold him in his past. So he was always so good about creating that space. And so it'd be interesting, because I could perform or read poems at like a bookstore with people and maybe sell just a few books. I could perform one poem at Frank's concert with people probably not expecting to hear poetry, and I would sell out every time. So again, just like it really just helped me. And there's a poem about that in this book, where it's like love, but he really just cracked open what success meant for me. I started thinking maybe my poetry doesn't have to exist in academia. I don't have to go to any well-known poets and say, do you know who Diné is? And have them say no and say, that's me. No, but that maybe what mattered was just being a poet for the people, I guess, a poet in the community, a poet writing, because never know who needs to hear the words you have to say or the stories you have to share. So I pivoted my path, and started doing more music, more poetry, performing more with Frank, now performing on my own. But that led me to like self-publishing, right? Because in grad school for your MFA, it kind of was looked down on, like, oh, but they self-published that. But I thought, hey, like I'm out here, I'm traveling with Frank, I'm traveling on my own, I'm meeting so many people from so many different states and communities. why not have something so they can remember me, or like get something of the poems that they're like, can I where did you have that published? I want to read that poem again. So I self-published my second book, which is called Why Storms Are Named After People and Bullets Remain Nameless. And so this was just a small chapbook of some of my poems. I've always wanted just Native women artists to be on the covers of my book. So this one is on her. She's on Instagram as Aura Last, and her name's Monique. Also based in Canada, First Nations. But she designed this cover for me. I also have an EP of poetry and music called For Women and Girls on Fire with the same cover. But it's been wonderful to just help support other artists in this way as well. And so then I've had those two books that I was able to share. And as much as people knock self-publishing, I believe it's so nice to have something that you have total control and autonomy over. And when you self-publish, like, you can purchase your copies, like just the business side of it, like you can purchase your author copies for so just at cost pretty much, and then you can sell them for whatever you need. And for someone like me who wishes I could bead and sell beadwork, what I have are books. And so I definitely am like a big supporter of self-publishing, because yes, if you want to make it in academia, you probably shouldn't self-publish and look for people to publish you. But if you really just want to share your light, like I was saying, share your gifts with those who support you, I absolutely believe in self-publishing. I don't feel like any lesser of an artist or poet because of it. So I definitely like am a proponent of that. And again, like I it's just been really lucky, and I want to say, yeah, it's been a lucky, blessed path. But again, I think it's come down to like nurturing relationships, right? So one of the things I've gotten to do when I was with Frank was we got invited to do this artist residency in England, in Liverpool. And one of the organizers just so happened to find out that she saw my TED Talk, actually, where I talked about losing my friend in college while I was studying abroad at Oxford. And I dropped out of school when that happened, and actually ended up working at that Upward Bound program. But I'd never gotten to go back to Oxford. I wrote this book after losing my friend, The Words Like Love. And so she arranged a trip for us to go to Oxford. And it was just a interesting, like, healing trip, right? Because I had always felt like I'd left part of my spirit there. But to go back with this book that I literally created from that hole in my heart that deepened after losing my friend, to be able to have that book with me, I feel like I got that piece of my spirit back. So I've always loved libraries. You know, the little resi kid in me, my aunties would always take us to libraries in Reno, Nevada. It was free, it was air conditioning. That was the thing they would have us do. And they would give us the little assignments to go look for different books. And so libraries were always just this beautiful place for me. So when I was at Oxford, I really wanted to step foot in the Bodleian Library, and I never got to set foot inside. But now, 7 years later, when I'm over there, I have my book, and the organizer who was with us, we go to the library, to the acquisitions, and they're like, hey, we have Diné Winder, this famous American author. Can we put her book in the library here in the archives? And they said yes. So I was able to fill out a form, put my book there. And like I said, it felt good to just kind of give that offering. But we also went to like the Liverpool Library and the British libraries in London. So I was able to put my book there. I hope to get to do a trip back there one day to just see it. But and things like this were highlighted. This is the community I'm from, where I'm a descendant, Southern Ute, where my father is a citizen. But it was nice to just have that community support. Them being proud, like sharing with the largest library in the world, and other people just reaching out. Again, I'm not sure. I've never had to reach out to like a newspaper, like, can you write about me? Just somehow people share. This is one that when I was living in Denver, I guess we can't see it archive, but 303 magazine, it's like how Diné helped Native youth find their voices. And then the good Navajo Hopi Observer, like them, I'm sharing about just my music and about that EP that came out. So again, like doing my best to just be a person who helps out where I can, to listen to people, because you never know like what people are gonna do, who they're gonna be. And not that you should just help people because you'll get something in return, but it's just that energy, right? Like that, doing things from a good place with that heart work energy and putting it out into the world. It's like planting seeds. And you might not see those seeds grow, but you never know what they're going to grow into and how that will continue to nourish other people. So, once I started self-publishing, couldn't stop. I'm just kidding. But this is another one I've done. Because when I've gone through tough times, and they're on my Instagram if you follow at Tanea Winder. But I just felt that whenever I was going through something, it just helped me to put it onto that non-judgmental page, right? And then to share it just in case, because you don't know what other people are going through, what other people need your words. So I compiled all of those motivational sayings and affirmations and reflections into a book called Words to Love by. And I love love, so I'll try to chill out on it. I've had professors be like, you need to stop using that word, but you can, a part of it is making your own path, your own artist path. What's funny with this one is with the cover, and because it's self-published, some people look at it and I've literally had people walk by a display table. This was one of the hugest conferences I've ever spoken at. It was AEA, a research and evaluation conference in Indianapolis last year. So I'm inside doing my keynote. My husband's manning the booth with my books outside. And he was like, yeah, these rude girls walked by. They're like, no one's going to buy that book with that title. Little did they know, I got a standing ovation at that keynote in front of like 2,000 plus people. And I sold out of every book that I had. So it's hard to like have a thick skin, because yes, it hurt me when they said that. And I doubted myself. Like, should I have done another cover? Should I have called this something different? But again, I put my heart into that keynote. I put my energy into like saying things I hope that the audience needed to hear. And then that energy, it just transfers, that ball of light, right? And so they didn't care. Same thing. People will support you for you. They hadn't read any of my poems or my affirmations. They just wanted to support me. So afterwards, they came and bought books. So I really do, again, like if you want to get your work out there, like definitely, like you can self-publish. You can hire a graphic designer to do a cover. Like you'll notice the differences between these covers of the one where I hired a designer and the one where I did it on Canva. I wish I had numbers to say which book does better. I don't, maybe I'll have those next time. But again, at this point in my artist journey, West End Press has ended, and I'm like, what about my book? Other West End Press authors were trying to like, how do we get the rights back to our book? And at some point in this timeline, one of the acquisitions editors from the University of New Mexico Press reached out to me, and they're like, I want to publish a book from you. And this is where it's important to have balance, right? I've spent so much time on the road and traveling and being out there that I don't make time to write anymore. I'm trying to change that. I did not have a next book. But older and wiser me is not just like, boo hoo, I don't have a book. Old me and my anxiety would have just left that email in my inbox. It probably would have still been there years later, just like too afraid and ashamed to respond. Like, I guess I'm one of those people who just did one book and I'm done. But what I do now is, and part of what just like, being on the road with Frank and our artist collective, we started Dream Warriors, like was asking for what you need, right? You have to ask for what you need and want. And yes, you might get no, but you're not going to hear anything. Like no is going to be the answer if you don't ask. So I reach back out to this editor and I say, I don't have a book yet, but how about you republish Words Like Love, and will add in the second book forthcoming into this contract. So at first they like are hesitant, like, I don't know if we can just republish your book. I did work hard and got the rights back. They're like, let's do new and selected poems. I didn't have enough new poems though. Again, I'm at a crossroads where I'm like, okay, well, I tried. Should I let it go? I do not like to let things go. So I say, I ask one more time, can you republish Words Like Love? And I'll give you my second book when it is done. So whatever, the vibes of the universe were that day and the goodness of this woman's heart, they agreed to republish Words Like Love by the University of New Mexico Press, which I'm so grateful for, because now my book can still be in the world. Whereas where it was under West End, all that there were the copies that they had. So got another Native artist. She goes by Chief Ladybird on Instagram to do the cover of the reprint of Words Like Love. So I was able to have that. There is still the option for them to have my second book, which I haven't written yet, but I'm really trying hard to write it. But again, for me, it was just planting all of those seeds that I didn't even know were seeds I was planting at the time, honoring and nurturing those relationships the best that I could. And then that whole thing where like luck is where hard work and meets preparation. And all of that, my favorite part of it all is the community heart work, like being in community, teaching youth and others about the power of writing. A couple weeks ago, I was in Paiute and Shoshone territory, and I was visiting schools through one of their programs. They wrote a grant to bring me out. They bought 500 copies of my book so that every student could have copies. And I did writing workshops. We did things where we had them write, what's the medicine you carry? How do you use your medicine to help other people? What are the medicines that help you? Like what helps you feel good? Writing, running, cooking, playing, all those things. And so it was just a fun experience as well. One of the students came up to me, because sometimes when you're with a certain age group, you're like, I don't know if they heard, or if I don't know any of the new terms, Riz or Rizzo or anything like that. So I don't know if what I'm saying landed, but somebody came up to me afterward and gave me this little note. Thank you. It helped me a lot. And I save things like that, another time, one of the artists I worked with, Tall Paul, we were just visiting in Oneida territory, and another student gave us a note that was just like, can you write a poem about being the odd one out, the strange kid left out for having interests different than everybody? So I really do ask, like when I'm out there, like, what do you want me to write about? And I do my best to write those things for the people who need them. But this other note that the student gave us said too, like, thank you and Paul for telling me to be myself. But in that classroom I was visiting in Oahe, Nevada, one of the students, I guess they did like autobiographies of people, and I walked in the classroom and somebody had done me as their assignment. And just like things like that just make your heart like remember, like, okay, I'm doing what I've been meant to do. So I do my best to, as much as like community gives me, to try to give back as much as I can. Going to communities to work with youth, to do storytelling, to teach them about writing. And a lot of my writing prompts are, I would say, have to do with mental health and wellness too, because that's the other big part of my heart work, is wanting people to have healthy outlets to express themselves. And then some of that too, again, I was sharing was about starting Dream Warriors, this Indigenous artist collective where myself, Tall Paul, Mike Jordan, Frank Wong, Lila June, Jessica Calderon would travel and perform and tell our stories and meet with students and do workshops with them. This is one where it was really nice. They bought all the students a copy of Paul's CDs and one of my books. But that's probably my favorite part about being a writer. It's not book reviews, or it's not, I don't even think it's having people like do an assignment on my poems, which is weird, right? Because as a poet, you want people to know the craft and to see what people pick up from it. But for me, it's just seeing the fires that it ignites in other people. Like, I don't want to be too fancy of a writer where people are like, oh my God, I can never do that. I want people to think, what? She wrote that? I could write something like that. I'm like, yes, yes, you can. You can write something like that. So do it. And then just other times, you know, visiting students. And for those of you too, like if you're wanting to start on your writer journey too, I definitely think like look into poetry out loud. Like some states have those programs where they bring poets into the schools. Like you can offer yourself to do that. A lot of it started as volunteering too, like volunteering. You know, I would in grad school, I would drive home to Ignacio and do a writing workshop at the library there for free every 2 weeks. So it was nice to come home and to also just do that offering. In the pandemic, you know, I did pay what you can, like virtual writing workshops for people as well too. And performing here in Albuquerque, started out performing spoken word in bars where I didn't think people were listening to me, and to now be in a place where, you know, I have found a way to meld motivational speaking and poetry. So I always like weave poetry and music into the talks that I give. And so that's just been a fun way to like try to carve and create my own path, because I never quite felt like a capital P academic poet. I never felt like a spoken word artist. Like I'm so afraid to, I've never even slammed. I don't want to be judged and scored. So none of those felt quite right. And I never fully felt like just a musician, you know, or a singer or a guitar player. So for me, it's been wonderful to figure out like, how can I create my own path? And to know for all of you out there with your own art practices, if you feel like you don't belong in those spaces, maybe it's because you're meant to create your own. And that's absolutely okay, because wonderful things can come from that. You know, a big thing of that too is just trying to be responsive. You know, part of the work I've done as well, you know, and besides going where I'm asked to go, was working with a group of people to do a big MMIW event in Fargo, North Dakota back in 2015. You know, we solicited or asked people to send their single-sided earrings to help raise awareness, and then worked with other artists. Nanda Chacon, she designed the layout, she designed an art piece for it. But that started opening up other doors and connection as well too. And again, the intention with that was just to help raise awareness, to use our art, to use our skills to help give back. And so that led me to me writing poems about that as well too. And weirdly getting invited to contribute an essay to this book compiled by America Ferrera called American Like Me. You know, she has a bunch of people like Roxane Gay, America Ferrera, others in this book who just were asked to write about their experiences growing up here. And she had reached out to 2 Native people to be in the book, Frank Juan and myself. And so that was like another surprise, right? It was like, I was totally excited for Frank when he got that email. And then when I got the email, I was like, oh my gosh, like I was not expecting to be invited either. But that was another experience in my writer journey of just community showing up. You know, America Ferrera was going to do a book launch in New York City. I'm like, how am I going to afford to go to New York City? So I put out a call on my Facebook, like, please buy books. Help me get to go to New York to this book release party with America Ferrera. It just so happened like enough people bought books and supported that I had enough money to go. And one of my friends just so happened to be campaigning in New York that same weekend, so I had a free place to stay. So it was a wonderful experience. And just one quick story again about just doing what community asks. A few years ago, the Ute communities every year they do a Tri-Ute Youth Conference, and they'll switch which territory, which reservation they're on. But when they were in Ignacio, they asked me to write a poem for the event, and it was called Being Ute. And I wrote this long poem, and then I later like butchered the poem, took maybe 1 or 2 lines from it, and wrote a new version called Being, which is published in Poetry Magazine. And then a few months after that, I got this email from Highlights magazine that was like, can we publish your poem Being? I'm like, oh, but it's already published. Like, you all don't publish previously published things, right? But they're like, no, we want to publish it. So that was cool because I loved Highlights magazine growing up, you know, being at the dentist's office, different things, you see them in the waiting room. And I had different people message me, say, like, my daughter opened it and you're on the second page, and said, hey, that person looks like me. So being able to be there through representation, to represent, I think is just really beautiful. And now one of the things that the poetry has led me to, now that I don't work at Upward Bound, is working with this Native American, National American Indian Alaska Native Childhood Trauma Center. I consult with them, and every 2 weeks I lead these Writing to Heal workshops. And I've created this whole like 80-page curriculum on just how to like hold a writing space, a Writing to Heal circle for people who would want that, people who work with youth 13 and up. And what's been amazing about it is that people come from all over like Turtle Island, and they, you know, are behavioral health therapists. They work in recovery centers, and they're, for them to learn how to take the workshop, to learn how to then lead the workshops has been a beautiful thing. And to know that this curriculum will be free for anybody who needs it, like, is so wonderful, right? Because like the path always changes. Like, I might not always want to be traveling or being out and about and just focus on my own family and my home and be more present in the community I live in now, which I haven't been able to do, traveling and being on the road. So I thought, you know, people keep trying to book me, like, come here, can you do this? And I always try to refer other people too, but I'm just like, let me just create a prompt and workshop that's like, so everybody can go out and do it and learn how to do it on their own. And I'll be here for support, thought partnership, and things like that. But that's been my writing journey. And I want to just leave you all with a quick story and a prompt to go with it too, so you can have it, because I wanted it to have that as well. And then I think there might be 5 minutes or so for questions. But just very quickly, Cliff's Notes version of this creation of this lake. If you want the longer one, it is on YouTube. One of our culture bearers, my Uncle Ralph Burns, says it in Paiute and English. But the gist of the story goes that the original man and the original woman had 4 children. And when they were little, they got along. But as they got older, they started arguing and bickering. And they said, if you guys keep fighting, I'm gonna have to separate you. And so sure enough, as we humans do, they kept arguing and bickering and fighting. And they said, all right, I'm sending 2 of you to the north and 2 of you to the south. When you get to where you're going, light your fire so that we know you're okay. And days pass, time pass. They see a fire lit in one direction, but they never see a fire lit in the other. And because of that, that's why the mother cried so many tears. She created this lake in the middle of the desert, and her sadness turned her to stone. And I used to relate so much to this story because of experiencing grief or trauma. I used to feel so desensitized, like I couldn't cry. I felt like I was made of stone. But it took me a while to realize, like, that stone mother really gave us the greatest gift a relative could give, right? Like, she gave us this tool to navigate healing, because we literally swim in this lake. And if you think about it, like, you're swimming in tears. And in my mind, I'm like, isn't that a metaphor for life? Because we'll all know sadness, we'll all know pain, but how do you not drown in it? How do you keep swimming? So she gave us that teaching, that lesson, how to swim. But I also think of that part in the story where they said they wanted their kids to light their fires so that they knew they were okay. You know, as an Indigenous person, I really do struggle with how to hold humility, how to be proud of what I've done and share my accomplishments so others know what's possible. And it is inspiring, I hope, or motivating, but I also don't want to be too egotistical, too full of myself. So it's holding that, straddling that line. But I think about the place in the story where they said they wanted their kids to light their fire so they knew they were okay. And so I feel like all our ancestors want us to light our fire while we're here on this earth so that they know we're okay. And lighting your fire can mean so many different things. It can mean being a good auntie, being a good uncle, being a good mom, being a good friend. It could mean being a poet, being an artist. being a craftsman, it can mean so many different things. It doesn't have to mean having 100,000 followers on TikTok or Instagram to make a difference. So whatever your art is, you never know. Like you never know who needs to hear the words you have to say. That's what I always tell myself before I give a big talk and I'm nervous. I'll pray. I'm just like, just the one person I meant to reach, let me reach them. Because one person can make all the difference. Like you never know the impact, the seed you'll plant on that one person that can grow into something that you might not ever see it, but you never know. So just encourage you all that. And so that's the prompt I'll leave you with if you want to journal later or just think about it. It's just, what does igniting your fire mean to you? How can you ignite your fire if you're not yet? What gifts do you offer? We each have gifts. Are you using them? Are you offering them? What medicine can you share or do you share when you share your art and your writing and your jewelry and your paintings and your rugs, anything that you make? Like what are you sharing? And so with that, I'll go ahead and pause. I'm not on Twitter anymore. I should have taken that off. But if you do have questions about the publishing journey or how to self-publish or like more about like, I want to do community work, I'm not sure exactly where to get started, like definitely email me, reach out. Like I'm happy to message me on social media. Like I'm happy to be a resource. But that's a little bit about my path. I'm not sure where it's going next. I'm trying my best to start writing again, to make time for that, and realizing like I have to say no to some things. But I also have to so I can make more time for the things I need, because I definitely, my soul hurts a little bit, right, when I'm not writing or creating, because again, that creator shaped hole, how you got to let things flow through it. But thank you all. Thank you so much for having me and for listening.
Thank you, Diné, for the wonderful talk. I will say, just hearing you give this sort of offering has made me feel a little bit less nervous right now, just because we're leading this virtual exhibition like most of the day. But really good thoughts. So thank you again for sharing this. And if anyone has questions, you can always drop it into the Q&A. If you have direct questions for Tanea, feel free to use the contact information she shared. Yeah. And at this point in time, because we're at 11:09, I don't mind passing this off to Crystal to give proper introductions for Amy. Alrighty, y'all. Oh, wait, we have one question here. Okay, so Tanea, we have one question in the chat. And the question is, what is your favorite, most memorable writing you have done so far?
My favorite, most memorable writing, I would have to say, it's an essay actually, and it's on Poetry Magazine, called Words as Seeds. Because it's one of my favorite things to talk about, one of my favorite concepts to share. And it's about one of the first creative writing teaching experiences I did with Native youth. And this was before I probably would have done it differently now, but I had them write a reflection to Linda Hogan's The Woman Who Watches Over the World, but the section we actually focused on was about alcohol. And so many students like opened up and shared like heartbreaking experiences around how alcohol has affected them and impacted their families. And it was one of those moments where it's like a brand new teacher, my first class on my own. What do I do? Like, how do I hold space? And so we just did a talking circle to share and be there for each other. And people were crying and sharing, but it felt so healing. But it was one of the only times in my life where I felt like a deja vu, where it was like I felt like this is exactly where I'm supposed to be at exactly this moment. I've had that maybe happen one other time in my life, but maybe not because I can't even remember it. But I ended up writing about it for the issue of Poetry Magazine that Hyde Erdrich actually curated. So Hyde, like, it's always great to find people who share in their mentorship, and Hyde helped edit some of my poems and that essay that is in there, and it wouldn't be what it is without her. And me being in Poetry Magazine, that really did help open up so many doors. And again, like just a good relative, a good person helping with that. But that's one of my favorite pieces. So if you just Google Words as Seeds, Tanea Winder, it should show up in the Poetry Foundation. But that's my favorite. Oh, one more question. Do you have any tips for first-time poet writers or speakers? I've been writing here and there, but sharing and opening up hasn't been easy for me. Yeah, for me, if you know me in real life, I can be kind of I feel like I could be a shy, awkward introvert. But how do I do that stuff live? It's almost like just a performance. I've loved watching musicals and things. I wish I had been brave enough to be a theater kid. I just helped with the lights. But it's almost like getting into character. I feel like I have like a list of pump up songs, my pump up playlist, and I just like pray, smudge, ground myself, and I just like get into that character and go. And also practice. Practice really helps. Like the more I tell my stories, the more I can like remember. So that way, if I like black out or blank out a little bit, I know like my voice will keep knowing the story. So those are my tips to just like practice, because the more you practice and get comfortable with it, and Rowie can probably speak to that too, like with doing poems, like the more you practice, the more it's easier to go on autopilot in some ways. My favorite method of writing has been to make it ceremony. I've written things where someone's like commissioned me or solicited me to write, and then it's like doesn't have the same kind of good magic or medicine in it. So I'm like, oh, I have to do this. But like now for me, writing is like ceremony. I'll drink water, I'll have a candle by me, I'll try to smudge right before. Like that's my favorite method, is to do it like with handwriting too. Because just something with your brain, like it helps unlock different things. I think just the flow and method instead of typing. Because I type for work, you type for emails. Like I want writing to feel different. So that's like with writer's block, I'll put a timer. I'm like, I don't care if bad stuff comes out. I'm gonna write for 15 minutes, and it usually helps unlock things. Even if I'm just writing, I don't know what to write. I don't know what to write. Yeah, really
Alrighty,
put a good
thank you.
thing. Yeah, thank you.
Speaker. Next guest speaker is Amy Jeanette Dill. Amy Jeanette Dill is an enrolled member of the Diné tribe. She is the founder of Santa Fe-based For Kinship, a sustainable artwear brand dedicated to producing one-of-a-kind, restored, repurposed, and lovingly upcycled culture. She is the first Native American champion for change on CNN, where the documentation and segment was aired last month. In 2019, she relocated to New Mexico to reintegrate with her tribe shortly before the pandemic hit, and spent 2020 providing mutual aid relief for relatives on the Navajo Nation. Amy attended Fashion Institute of Technology in 1985 and had a career as activewear designer and fashion executive for brands such as Puma, Reebok, and Cannondale. Amy founded For Kinship in 2015, fueled by a desire to honor her indigeneity and to be a service to community. For Kinship is currently leading fundraising efforts for the Skate Garden project to support the community of Two Great Hills on Navajo Nation, and to provide a transformative space for Diné youth in this remote area, which opened in April 2023. In August 2023, For Kinship launched For Kinship Indigenous Features Fund, revolutionizing how the arts and culture performance space can embody reciprocity and amplify its support of Indigenous emerging artists. And so we will have Amy now, and Amy will do a proper introduction. Good to see you,
Oh, a
Amy.
proper? I don't know if it'll be proper or not, but I really appreciate Crystal has been such a joy to work with over the last year. So it's really nice to have you being my introducer because I have so much respect for the work you do. So thank you for that. I also just want to thank Taneo just because it's the first time I've got to hear you speak, and we had met each other back in 2020 during Voices of Sihasan. I was so honored to have you join our fundraiser at that time during COVID-19. So it's so heartfelt to see all the work you've done since then and the amazing gifts you're giving our community. So thank you for the last hour. It was so much hard work, and I love the seeds that you've planted in me. So thank you for that. The one question I have for Shayna, is there any way we can turn the background off so I can have the store in the background, or is that going to disturb your recording of this if we do that? Because I'd like to invite you guys into the store as well here in Santa Fe. Is that possible to turn the background screen off? Watching.
You should be able to through your
Oh,
own
me?
settings. Yes.
Oh, in my own settings. Okay. There. Welcome. So welcome to For Kinship, everyone. This is going to be a really fun hour just to talk about the word entrepreneurship, which applies to everybody on this phone call. You know, a lot of times I think as artists, we refer to ourselves as artisans, or we get given certain titles. But the fact is, we're all badass entrepreneurs because we get to do these beautiful things that we've learned how to do from our ancestors that have been passed down. Or we're like opening up new spaces in the Indigenous future and other new areas of creativity. So it's wonderful to have everybody on here today just to know that you are an entrepreneur. You have a way of thinking in the DNA that you hold that's just different. It's different than other people. And that's why we're so badass in the world of entrepreneurs. So I'll just tell you a little bit about myself to start off all this in case you don't know about the brand or you don't know about me. I am, I'm Diné, which is how I was introduced. I came back home in 2015, or no, in 2019, sorry, fast forward, right before the pandemic. My daughter had graduated high school, and I was one of the displaced children from the 1960s before the Indian Child Welfare Act. So I'd been adopted out from my homeland and had always wanted to come home, but it was always trying to find the time, the situation that would allow me to come back and be immersed in our culture. So that happened in 2019. My daughter graduated. I'm a single mom, had graduated high school, and I decided to come back home and try to figure out what it means to be Navajo, what it means to be Diné, you know. And I know that sounds kind of crazy when a 50-year-old woman says that, but I'd never had anybody teach me what that meant or even know about how to go about coming back into our relatives and being part of that community. So that started in 2019 of moving back to New Mexico. I opened a shop in Albuquerque, and then really just started that reintegration of working with relatives, being around so many relatives in the Albuquerque area, reintegrating with my birth family that was on the res, and really stepping into that role as a Native matriarch, really as a child, because I hadn't had any teaching or training. And I stumbled around a bit the first year. So I think you guys all might have seen that on Instagram if you followed the brand. But, you know, it's not without, for me, that was such an important part of healing, is allowing myself to be incredibly uncomfortable and to lean into something that was incredibly uncomfortable. And that'll come up a lot in my conversation and talking about entrepreneurship, is that I really do feel that our true growth comes when we try things that we're not comfortable with. And it helps us grow as artists, it helps us grow as human beings. So part of that journey for me was stepping into my native community, not really knowing how to do that and trying to find my way. And through that has come the most expansive personal growth and healing through that process. It also has deeply affected the work I do within the entrepreneurship space. So my background in terms of being a creative started in 1984. I attended the Fashion Institute of Technology in New York City to study fashion design because I had a passion for making my own clothes. I have no idea how they accepted me, but they did because I didn't have much training in art, but got into that school and learned the basics of how to make clothing, how to get a job within the industry, did a lot of internships when I was in college, just trying to get as much as I could on my resume. And that was back in the 80s, much different time than it is now, before computers really and before iPhones and the internet. So it was very much learning like skills with my hands on drawing. Um, from there, I got my very first job with Cannondale, which was a bike company based out of Connecticut. That was at the time that the very first mountain bike was invented back in the 80s. So I was at the right time in the right place of being a designer. I designed mountain bike clothing when I first got out of school. From there, I got a job at Reebok during the 80s as well, when Reebok was actually bigger than Nike at that time, if you can believe it, and had a beautiful time there, understanding what it means to work in a global company. From there, I went on to become creative director for all of the global operations for Puma, which was probably my biggest job, flying around more as a design executive, just doing creative direction, working with licensees, working in production all over the world, which was a pretty amazing job in the early 90s. Came back to the States and started working in the yoga area, worked for a brand called Marika down in San Diego, had a baby, in 2000, which changed my life quite a bit. And then kind of as I was raising my daughter, decided that I was not being authentic because I was trying to teach my child to be a conscious individual, but at the same time, designing for very big box companies that were damaging the planet, with large scale production. So, gosh, in my 30th year or so of working in the industry, I stepped out of corporate and started my own entrepreneurship in terms of having a design consulting company that was focused on small batch, sustainable production within the active design space. And honestly, I've never been busier in my life than those years. I had multiple clients. I was trying to work with a lot of contractors to handle these bigger client areas. So that was brands like Prana, a yoga brand, Asics, a running brand. I think you guys all know Lady Foot Locker. I did a lot of private label for them, and many other big companies, but it allowed me to set my own time frame of when I wanted to work. It allowed me to work at home and be a single mom and be there for my child, and also to actually work on things I was passionate about, like truly passionate, like bringing other companies into a sustainable pathway. And so, yeah, I did that for about, I think that was about 6 or 7 years, and I lost a big client. And then I thought, I had already started doing kind of small batch upcycled artware with my daughter. We would go collect vintage at the Long Beach flea market and other places. I had been collecting textiles my whole life. And I thought, wow, why don't I just take myself on as my own client for 6 months and see how this goes? And I started a brand at that time called Arinda Tribe. That was in probably 2015. My daughter was 15 years old, and we started a small brand together off the side of the consulting business. So it was one of the maybe 4 kind of jobs I had going on. But I committed to building a brand and committing the marketing, the sales idea, the website behind that. And it really took off. once I focused on it, it became the predominant thing I did. And so that's kind of an example of how you can have a lot of different revenue streams and maybe just start this idea that you have as part of that and see how it goes along the way. And as it grows, you grow with it. And as Orinda Tribe grew, the design consulting started to kind of fall off because I needed to focus on this brand that was being built, something that was really truly mine that I was passionate about. So then fast forward to moving to New Mexico, stepping into my indigeneity. I didn't take that lightly. Before 2019, I was a sustainable brand. I didn't market as an indigenous owned brand or a native owned brand. When I came home and I said I'm a native brand and I'm working in that space, it came with responsibility. It came with understanding how I can build reciprocity into my brand. For everything that I was making and taking, I had to find a way to give back. And so that first came through my work in mutual aid. Something very new to me. I didn't even know what that word meant before I came back to New Mexico. There's so many words I didn't know. Like, if you guys can believe this, because almost everyone's Diné that's on this call, I didn't even know that's how I referred to myself. I always referred to myself as Navajo because no one had ever taught me. So, sorry. I had met Kim Smith, who you might all know from Indigenous Goddess Gang, who was the first person to teach me how to tie my moccasins, teach me that I'm a Diné woman. And I had all these beautiful people come along and help me along the way when I first came here. So that was really my start of having my community around me, and they became my teachers, even though they were much younger than me. And I'd been working in the design space for over 40 years. But that was a big part of it, was just learning, listening, understanding what the needs are, understanding that a lot of our young people that are just starting out need to have space to sell. So I opened up the doors to an Albuquerque store and invited everybody to come in. So we had many, many young people that were part of the early days down in the Albuquerque store that made 100% just so they could get their start. That was really, for me, just understanding that we needed to have more community space for a young artist to be part of a larger retail operation, one that had a web store, one that had, a presence on social media. And then about 6 months after I opened that store, COVID hit and everything shut down for everyone. And I just realized how all those things I had learned for 40 years in the industry were very important for COVID aid. I knew how to buy things, so I knew how to get the masks from Asia. I knew how to raise money because I'd been building wealth my whole career. So I was using tools that I had learned from the outside that we brought back to our people that became very highly productive during COVID-19. We did a bunch of these fundraising concerts, which a lot of young artists were part of, to raise money for food, for PPE, got community involved, met so many other brilliant matriarchs that were doing this work on Navajo Nation at the time, helping out relatives that were in pretty hard times, during COVID. And I realized how important it was to implement this community part into the work I do. Number one, because it was needed and I had the skill set, but also for me personally, it brought me so much joy. It brought me so much healing and helped me find my way back home in ways that I never had even imagined. So it has become a pillar of what the brand's about. So that's kind of the rundown of who I am and what I do. I'm gonna just bring up a couple slides and share with you to start off. See if I can figure out how to do this, guys. Sorry, I'm really tired. I get a little bit weepy when I get tired. It's emotional to talk about some things for me. Share screen. There it is. Okay. So the first thing I want to talk about is, just this idea, like when you get the idea for a brand or a business you want to start, I can tell you the best advice I have is build something visual. I use an app called Canva to create a lot of my visual ideas. Back in the day when I first started, I used to actually just cut like magazine clippings out and I'd paste them all up on a concept board. But now things are so many amazing tools you can use to just like envision ideas you have in your head of things you want to manifest. And I found that whenever I manifest them in Canva or I build them in Canva, it makes it so easy for creator to understand what I'm asking for. And I feel that things manifest so much quicker if I can visually map them out. So the first thing I want to share is my brand pillars. And so with my brand, I think it's always important to come up with what your DNA is. Like to think about like what is the foundation that all the decisions you're going to make, once you decide on this, like how do you kind of weed things out and keep things focused? It's really important to write what's called your brand DNA or your brand pillars. So for the 4 pillars for kinship, the number one thing for me is reciprocity. It's the guiding force of almost every decision I make, of what I say yes to, what I say no to. I love that quote from Robin. All of our flourishing is mutual, right? When we make sure that everyone thrives, things in general are abundant. We must honor the interconnectedness of nature and recognize that humans are responsible for contributing to and bettering the world. So we need to take everybody into account, both two-legged relatives, four-legged relatives, the winged relative. Everything needs to be considered when we make decisions about how we can all thrive together. So I go back to this again and again and again. It's a big fight for me right now with the city of Santa Fe because they don't practice reciprocity at all. So it's something that I'm just incredibly passionate about in terms of how we do business as Native people. The second one is conscious consumerism. Another quote I love, it isn't just enough just looking for the quality in the products we buy. We must ensure that there is quality in the lives of the people who make them. Okay, if you ask me the one thing that's broken in the fashion industry right now, it is that. It's the fact that they are not looking at the quality of the lives of how we do production in the world, which is causing all sorts of awful things to happen. Climate crisis, awful conditions globally in terms of fast fashion. So for me as a brand, I made the choice to step out of that and to start really putting thought and heart into how I make things. I do things one at a time. I reuse waste. I employ native artists. I want them to benefit from the products I have in my store. So it's really important that we write these things out of how we want to do things. Like I will not produce things in China. I just do not believe that that's something I want to do because I've been there and I've been part of that type of production. There's just things for me personally, for my brand, I just don't want to support anymore. The next thing is legacy. Our goal is to not just produce sustainable fashion, but to use our brand platform to create sustainable community solutions. So that was really important for me to write those words out because I go back to it a lot. When we talk about legacy, like for me, because I'm going to be 60 this year, the way I think is probably a little different than all the young people on this call. I know that I only have a certain amount of years left here to do the work I want to do. So I'm very diligent with my time and how I spend my time and also how I plan things out for the next 10 years because there's just not that many decades left in my life. So I want to really use the most of it. I want to do sustainable design, but I also want to create sustainable community solutions. So part of my legacy is using my brand platform to create bridges and opportunities for the next generation. It's a big part of what we do at For Kinship is not just creating clothes. It's doing a lot of community work. So it was important for me to write that down as a brand pillar because I go back to that every single day. I decide to do work for a certain amount of time that's driving future solutions. And then the last one for me in our pillars is joyfulness. So just in our Navajo Blessing Way prayer is in beauty I walk, with beauty before me I walk, with beauty behind me I walk, with beauty above me I walk, with beauty around me I walk. It has become beauty again. I just want to focus on things that bring other people joy and that bring me joy. And if we can focus on that, we're going to be really mentally healthy people. You know, I can't wait to wake up every day. I can't wait to get going when I wake up. I wake up with the sunrise. I used to sleep until, gosh, 10 or 11 o'clock and then start my day. But since I moved to New Mexico, I'm just so darn excited to wake up and get going on the creative things that are going to expand in that day. And so I think whenever you decide, you know, what that is for you that you're passionate about, just, you know, make sure that you can find a way to make those decisions to keep the joy factor there. As soon as you start just focusing only on, like, say, profits or growth or all those colonizer words, I guarantee you, you're going to lose a little bit of the joy in your life. You want to make sure that you have your overhead covered, but you also want to make sure you never lose the joy factor in what you do, because if you have joy, that passes on to your customers. It passes on to the people that you surround yourself with. It attracts like-minded people. So, you know, always hold on to that joyfulness in what you do. So I'm also going to share a screen just to take you guys, if you haven't seen our website, to give you an idea of what we do. Share screen. Oh, there it is. You guys can see that. Is it showing the brand? I hope it is. So this is also a big thing I just want to talk about in terms of revenue streams. So like, I think for any business where you're selling what would be called direct to consumer, I think there's a lot of artists on this call. So you have things where you're selling direct to consumer, where you're at shows, pop-up shops. Maybe you're doing some wholesale where you're selling to shops and they're reselling it. I think a really important thing for us as Native people is to have more brand presence online. So our web store started in 2015. It's something for me. This is a Squarespace template. We're getting ready to shift into Shopify probably in the next month or so, because they might come on board as one of our sponsors. But this is a way, this website is built just on a standard template from Squarespace. What this allows me to do is to always have a second revenue stream. Like, say here in the shop, I have so-so sales in January, February, March. By pushing my website during that month, I'm always having stability in the money that we make and reinvest in for kinship. It's always there if I want to push it. If I want to push our website and push out sales, it allows you to have customers from all over the world. The thing with most of these Squarespace templates, they're quite simple to build. You just need really good images. So a lot of our images we shoot out on the land, but we always have very simple product shots like this. This was actually shot right here in the back of the, if you guys think I'm fancy, I'm so not fancy. I don't have my iPhone here. So basically I shoot these in the backyard against the wall, and the light is pretty good at a certain time of day. So I go out there and I try to shoot maybe 10 to 12 new styles every day on my iPhone. I upload those into Canva. I put them on a clean background, so all the photos look the same on the internet. And then sometimes I'll take things out and shoot on models. But, you know, a lot of our website is literally just me going into the backyard and shooting things on a wall and taking it into Canva and making it look a little bit cleaner. This is not complicated. This is very, very easy to learn. So sometimes people, whenever they talk about websites, they're like, they stumble on it because they think it's something so difficult or something they can't do by themselves. My daughter built her first website on Squarespace when she was 11. So I can't believe it's quite intuitive in terms of the templates. So it's always a way I would encourage young artists, even if you only have 5 or 6 items on the website, is to always use that tool for an additional revenue stream. And more than anything, to collect names for people for your newsletter. I think we've all kind of been through all the highs and lows of selling on social media. It used to be really amazing about 5 years ago, but now Meta doesn't really like small brands. You have to be somebody buying a lot of advertising. You have to be being on there all the time. And they're basically just collecting all of our data. When you have a website or at least just a web platform, what you start doing is empowering yourself to have your own customers. And what I find is many of our customers, I think something like 65% of our customers come back and buy from us again and again. So it's like you create your little family that doesn't have to be on Instagram, that you can market to, and you can send them out when you do new products. You can tell them where you're popping up, and you create this little community that you own all the information to, instead of giving that to Meta or other social places to take that from you. So we do a lot of things to increase newsletter. I actually am kind of completely over Instagram. I'm off Facebook now because it's just too much for me to manage. And God forbid I have to go on to TikTok. I just want to focus on building just a group of people that really like what we do. And so I'm putting a lot more effort into Pinterest and into building our newsletter following for the future to support our brand and to support the work we do. To grow that, we're going to be doing a lot of collaborations where, like, it's sweepstakes or collaborative efforts where, you know, myself and another artist or myself and another brand will come together to kind of pull up our numbers to get newsletter information so we can start marketing. So that's just a little tip in terms of being the inside sides of things on how to do business. And yeah, some of the other things that we do, which I'll take you to, are about. And I hope that the screen is still sharing. So one of the ideas that kind of came to me in 2019 and 2020 when our kids went through such an awful time during COVID was like, what could I do once we kind of got out of that to bring some joy to our community? And one of those ideas was building a skate park. Just so you know, I've never built a house. I've never built a shed. I've never built anything in my life. So I think it's just this going back again is to lean into things you're not comfortable with, and you should just try these things. So for us, building the skate park required crowdfunding the money. So we did another virtual crowdfund. We raised the money in about 6 months. We partnered with a volunteer group out of Denmark. So we had volunteers build the park. We worked with our chapter. We got approvals. And so it really, to be honest, wasn't a difficult thing to do. It just required money, time, connecting with the right people, pulling in some key sponsors, which I could do because of my corporate background. So we had Vans, DC Shoes, and Tony Hawk Foundation join us in this idea. But even to gain those sponsorships, it's pretty easy to write to people and just tell them about what you're doing. But it did require me having what I said, having a pitch deck that I built in Canva that showed the budget, that showed where I was building. and show actually what the skate park would look like. So that idea manifested in about a year and a half, and we opened the park in October 2022. We did a soft launch. It's a beautiful skate park out in the middle of nowhere, because I felt that the kids that live in the remote areas are the ones that needed something like this the most. The kids that live in border towns have a bit more to keep them busy, but these smaller groups, these smaller chapters out on Navajo Nation, were really my passion to build more resources for these kids. So we didn't just build the park, we built a sustainable community that reinvests in itself. We built some product. So we were selling Diné Skate Garden product. We launched our first skateboard this year. We're working on getting grants now from Outdoor Recreation Fund here in the state of New Mexico. But the idea of using a brand platform to market to both the grant nonprofit area, but also, again, private donors to fund this, we want to keep this thing going for the years to come. And as these kids get better and better at skating, we want to be there to support them with the equipment, with the mentorship they need. So this project takes about a third of my time outside of running the brand, but it's something for me that brings me a lot of joy and allows me to use all the leverage of the 40 years I spent in the active sportswear industry to bring bridges and opportunities to our kids. So this month we'll be distributing over 2,000 skateboards that we got from a private donor that gave us $25,000 to reinvest. We are starting mentorship programs for the summer. So 2 times a week, we have Diné Skate Garden mentors that go out and teach the kids, keep them safe. And we'll be having our first ever event out on Navajo Nation called Go Skate Day. And so that's going to be a really fun day on June 21st. If anybody wants to join us, of a skate jam run by Sunshine Harrison, food from Yapapup. So again, I got the funding for that event by applying for a grant from the Outdoor Recreation Fund here in New Mexico. And then once I got $10,000 from that, I asked Tony Hawk Foundation to match that grant. So we had $20,000 to run the event. And so this is all done through Canva pitch decks, Zoom meetings with people, just kind of using the tools of how you'd normally sell, I guess, apparel and ideas, and then actually pulling that into a community idea of how do we get support and money in to have these events for our kids. So it's a really interesting way to use creativity and kind of build other areas. We'll also be having Modern Matriarch Skate Jam, the second one happening here, which is an all-women's skate event, will be happening in September, the 3rd week of September. So I'm just starting pitch decks for that. Another part of what we do is the For Kinship Indigenous Futures Fund, which is all coming from last August when we had our first fashion show here at the store. But it's growing and growing and starting to get support from a sponsorship level of the idea of reinvesting the money from our performance spaces, which are Indigenous led, to take our ticket sales and our sponsorship money and divide that amongst the talent in the show so we can start giving out higher honorariums. So I think the August show will be our 4th show to date. We've been able to give out anywhere from $500 to $1,200 to all the talents that come in for these shows. So that's the goal, is reinvesting in young creative talent and really help them thrive in where they want to go. And of course, always amplifying and elevating them in the press and media so they get additional opportunities outside. So some of those opportunities have come in the form of like right now we did a Leica shoot with the Leica camera. And so 3 young people were featured in that ad campaign, which is a global ad campaign. We're just getting ready to shoot with TurboTax at the end of the month. And again, 3 young people are going to be featured in that ad campaign. But all these opportunities are coming because we're pushing out not a vertical brand into the press and media, but a whole army of creative young people. And it's by doing this like horizontal idea of pushing out our faces, our voices, our talents into the press and media, that everyone is allowed to have opportunities outside. So that's, again, about a third of my time is spent kind of getting For Kinship Indigenous Futures Fund up and running so it becomes its own nonprofit as well. So that just gives you an idea of, okay, what a brand looks like from an Indigenous standpoint, how the brand pillars always go back into the decisions I make every day, how I split my time into 4 things, which are running a brand, which is behind you. It's a store, a web store. Running Diné Skate Garden Project is our outside kind of outdoor recreation entity. And then the newly formed For Kinship Indigenous Futures Fund, which runs a lot of events, reinvest in young creative people. And then the 4th pillar, which is my private life, which unfortunately right now, because I'm kind of in, you hear this a lot when you first start brands, is it's like having babies. I have 3 babies right now. So the 4th pillar of my time is my personal life, which honestly, I spend most of that time reinvesting back into the businesses, but I'm still super excited about all I do. So it doesn't ever feel like work. So I think that's part of the joyfulness, is making sure what you do brings you joy. So what I'd like to do now that you guys know a little bit about like what my view is on entrepreneurship and running brands and doing community work and all that fun stuff, is to open up for questions, because I know each of you probably might have heard something that you wanted to hear a little bit more about. So I'd like to open it up for questions, if we can do that. Or not.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. We do have one question. It is, how do I collaborate with you on a project? And
Yeah.
that's from Koi Curations.
Yeah. So the best way to reach me is in our community email. It's community@forkinship.com. It's the mail that I check in for like that sort of community work stuff on how we're going to collaborate. I can also just tell you some things that we have coming up is every first Wednesday in Santa Fe is going to be the here flyer. It's going to be the Canyon Road Summer Walk. Probably is backwards to you guys, but they closed down the street here in Canyon Road, and we got around 3,000 people that came to the last one. I was like, oh my gosh, so many people came. But it's a great opportunity, and we have a lot of space in the back for any artisans that would want to be here in Santa Fe and be part of that market, because it runs from 5 to 7 p.m. or no, 5 to 8 p.m. first Wednesdays from now until October. So this is just an open invitation to anybody that would want to be part of that. We're always open to people being part of our store at any point in time. Yep. Any more questions, guys?
Okay.
And you can ask anything. I'm open
I
to
have a question. In what ways have you currently worked with internet artists? Have you worked with any entities like higher institutions, with any academic programs?
Yeah, I mean, I've worked with Diné College. Obviously, we had, I'll just bring it up. Crystal brought an amazing group of artists to our holiday market. I think we did that the first weekend of December, or maybe it was November, but we definitely want to do that again, because I find that a lot of things here in Santa Fe, especially when they're run by non-native groups, they don't host relatives in the way that we feel relatives should be hosted. So I really highly encourage, everybody to check in. If you have any needs to come this way to Santa Fe, we'd be more than happy to host you. It's nice to be having that kind of feeling that you're with family and community when it's under a native brand. And here in Santa Fe, there's only 2 native shops. There's myself, and Diné and Company just opened up down near the downtown square. But yeah, it's important that we have more presence here in Santa Fe, because I just want to tell you the numbers. Out of the 11,000 businesses in Santa Fe, only 4 of them are owned by Indigenous people. And that's devastating. That means we're 0.0003% of the businesses. When you look at all the wealth that's extracted through the native DNA that Santa Fe is throwing out there, there's no, they practice no reciprocity. There's no, none of the economy goes back to native enterprise. So we're getting 0% reinvested in native owned business or native incubators or native grants that, you know, young folks might be able to get. So that's why I feel as a matriarch here and an elder, like at 60, I guess I'm an elder. I think it's really important to offer that space to young people where they can make 100% of the sale, and that we can mentor you as much as possible about how to use social media, how to take good pictures of your beautiful things that you make. You know, we shoot a lot of things on models here, and we're always open to doing that to help out everyone thrive. So, you know, just consider that an open invitation, and we'll align you to opportunities as they come in. Did I answer the question, Crystal? I don't know if I did. I tend to go off on tangents. Sorry.
Oh, you did. You did. So we have another question from Brian Russell. He says, "Hey, Amy, this is Brian. It's great to see you. But for someone asking who is starting out, how do you begin to build a market on the internet? What are some differences between social media and websites?"
Yeah, sure. Great question. So the first thing I would say is sit down and write what makes you different than everyone else. That was something that was very important to me, because sometimes you get a little crazy trying to be all things to all people, or it's like trying to make everybody happy. You really just need to sit down and think, what makes my brand or my idea so unique and different from everyone else? And that's really important to think about, because then it's not as confusing when you go and try to build a website or try to build a brand. You just focus on the things that are so authentic to you, and you don't try to compete with everything else out there. When I used to work back in activewear, it was called defining what the white space was. And that's not as white in non-native. That just means like, what empty space is there out there that's not filled by something? So like one of the ideas that I've had with For Kinship is like, there's almost no furniture out there that's native design. So I thought, wow, it might be really nice to design some things within the home space. So we did these beautiful mirrors in the background and had those made for selling in the store. So I'm always just thinking of things that are interesting ideas that aren't already out there when I come up with my ideas. And then the difference between the web and selling in person. And it comes a lot, you know, with your price point as well. So are you selling entry level and trying to sell a lot of things? Because you need to sell a lot of things when they're priced at $25. Or are you at a higher market as an artisan where you're selling in the 500 to 2,500 and on up phase? It's like you have to make sure your presentation matches that price point. So if you're selling a lot of things on this like lower level at the 25, like say maybe you make candles, or you make, you know, some sort of like t-shirt product, I'd say definitely put your presence on Shopify, because they have more tools to create like the volume and sales and the things you need for that. But if you're selling super premium items at $2,500 to $10,000 rugs, maybe, it's really important it looks really good when you build your website. So I would suggest you go with Squarespace, because they have way more designery elevated templates to pick from. So I'd probably go that direction. It's really important when you're selling those higher end products that you do really beautiful photography. And that's always something I'm happy to look at, because we photograph, I've personally photographed so much myself for my website. And just so everybody knows, I have no idea how to use a camera. So it doesn't mean you have to be a photographer or have taken photography classes. You just have to have a really good point of view of what would sell that product. And you can take that image with your iPhone. There's no reason. iPhones are so great right now. that you could take the picture on iPhone. If you ever need to clean up the background, there's so many apps you can use. I use Snapseed as the app to clean up my photos sometimes if they're a little dingy or the color's a little bit off. It's called Snapseed. That's a great photo editing tool, and it's very intuitive to learn how to use it. It's way easier than Photoshop. Oh my gosh, I still don't know how to use Photoshop. And then I use my iPhone to take the photo. And if I need to clean up the background, I just use Canva pretty much for everything because it removes backgrounds and it puts it on some other background. And so that would give you a really elevated look if you built a very small web store. Yeah. And always with your socials, just keep it consistent. The one thing I see with a lot of other artists and vendors is they're blending their personal pictures and pictures of food or pictures of family along with their products. I think if you're going to start a business that you're trying to sell to the outside, your whole entire socials should be focused on your business. It should be focused on some videos of making the product, of the actual product, of the product on people, so people can get the context of size and scale. But I think don't be mixing your personal with your business. Always just keep that as like a little storefront so people can see the beauty of what you do and not get confused. So yeah, I tell that to a lot of people that try to do both things on their Instagram. Just start a separate Instagram and do it there. I also use Linktree on mine. If you go to my Instagram, I use Linktree because it allows me to put a bunch of different links on my Instagram, which only allows you one spot, right? So you can either list your website on there, but if you use Linktree, you can say, oh, here's this webinar I'm on, click here. Oh, here's this new product I just launched, click here. Because people don't like to look around a lot for stuff. They just like to click on it. So I use Linktree pretty much on a weekly basis. I update that of like, here, I dropped some new t-shirts, or here we have this event going on June 21st. And I'll use that space to really make it easy for my followers to find stuff. Any more questions? Brian, it was great to see you on CNN. Great job.
Question. How important is it to maintain relationships, collaborations, especially with individuals, artists, entities, and how do you maintain
Yeah,
those relationships
super important question.
positively?
Yeah, I think, I think my business is maybe set up a little bit differently because of my age, right? Because I'm 60 and I'm not looking to have these relationships to do wholesale or to monetize. I'm basically having those relationships as ways to create support, or that the store can be a foundation for many businesses to thrive. So I always just approach my collaborations in, a lot of transparency is important. I think it's also, this is just something for everybody, whether it's your personal life, your business life, your work collaborations, is to really define boundaries. Because I think a lot of business relationships can go sideways when things aren't clear from the start. So it's always really good to list like boundaries, like things that are like, what is that project, making it a very clear box. And it's called, in terms of the industry, it's called project scope. But I always just look at it as like the boundaries, like what are we trying to do together? There's like the financial side of it. For me, it's like, okay, I'm accepting this thing to sell here. When it sells, there's 100% sales back to you minus that transaction fee. So the financial thing is always very clear. Time frame is very clear. How that product's going to be focused on the web is very clear. So I describe all those things. That's like a vendor wholesale like information, except the wholesale's a very high wholesale. They're getting like 97% of the cost. But then I think about the other relationships I have when we bring models in, or like a musician might be playing at the store. It's still very important to list boundaries and what the expectations are of what that project is, because you'll never get people feeling like they're unclear or things weren't fair or that you weren't listening to them. So spend some time and really just go through what would be called the project scope before you enter in collaborations. And even on a personal level, it's like, I think the most important things you can do as an entrepreneur is always know what your boundaries are. You know, it's okay to say no to things. Sometimes when these amazing opportunities come here, like it may sound really great, but like sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't have time for that. I wouldn't be able to fulfill what they want me to do. So I have to list like my boundary of like, I'd love to work with you, but I can't do it in your time frame. Could we do that next month? Or they might ask me to do something and then there's no payment for it. And then I'm thinking, well, that's a boundary for me, not necessarily for myself, but to represent Native people is that we have value, we have worth. So even though I might want to do something for free personally, I would have the boundary that there would need to be payment for that. And maybe that payment goes to Diné Skate Garden Project or other nonprofit work I do. But it's important that I hold true to the value of who we are as Indigenous people and our worth. So yeah, I go back to boundaries a lot because that's always for me when things went a little bit like sideways or crazy. It's like I didn't hold tight to my boundaries with people and just dealt with a lot of like just drama after the fact, or things went sideways whenever I didn't do that. So I've really learned my, like, that has totally kicked my butt the first 5 years. So I'm really learning to really focus on that. I think I have time for one more question, and I hope you guys enjoyed the talk. I hope I didn't ramble too much. So yeah, does anybody have one last question for me? No questions?
I
We
have
do have
one.
one on the Facebook comment. Sorry. Go ahead,
Mhm.
Trina.
Just one. Have you ever been approached by writers to ever think about cross collaboration as far as their words on some of your pieces? Just kind of throwing an idea out there.
Yeah, we'd always be open to that. We've done it in the past. We did when Kinsell Drake had done a beautiful poem to support a Dobby healing shelter. We put those words on a t-shirt to help support that nonprofit. And then Jewel as well wanted something from her lyrics on a t-shirt one time. So we produced that for her. But I love putting words on clothing because it's like a cocoon of protection. And so we'd always be open to that. And there's so many beautiful ways to do that through printing or stenciling or different things. So I'd love to explore that. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. So I'm going to close it with something I was asked yesterday. They asked me, was there a quote or was there a person or something that is, you know, the most important thing that you refer back to in the work you do? And, you know, I think especially like I'd say the last year specifically, it all comes down into what I always tell my daughter, and I had to tell myself this, is that it's so important to lean into what creates discomfort for you. Things that you're not good at, things that you're not, the things that aren't easy. Because when you become complicit and you do the things that are easy or that you do all the time, you don't grow as expansively as an artist. And by constantly, like every day, I try to lean into something that makes me really uncomfortable. I can say my sobriety was one of those things. You know, it was like incredibly uncomfortable to enter a sober life and have to be uncomfortable with things that I had been just kind of numbing out for so long in my life, to lean into owning a retail space, which I've never done before, you guys. I've worked for brands, but I've never run a shop. So that was uncomfortable. Leaning into the event space, something I've never done, but it's bringing me so much joy now, but incredibly uncomfortable at the beginning because I had no idea what I was doing. But just don't be scared, and don't be scared to fail, because it's fine to fall down. You can always get back up. That's what we always tell the kids at the skate park. You know, it's important to fall down and get back up and try again. And it's this exploration of the unknown, of your true potential. If I had kept going the way I was going, I'd still be sitting at a desk in some awful corporation, managing people and being pretty miserable and not getting to this point in my life where I know my life's purpose. But by stepping out of that and being uncomfortable, I'd say about 50% of the time of not really understanding what I'm doing, but going on this growth path of an artist, I've never been so healthy, so safe, so engaged in my life, so joyful, simply by accepting that discomfort is an important part of an artist's journey. So I just want to share that with you, and to let you know that there's relatives like me that will be there if you fall down. So we will help when those things happen. So reach out. It's a community at forkinship.com. If you need to connect with me, I'd love to hear from you. Stop by our shop here at 812 Canyon Road. If anybody wants to come and be a vendor in July, on July 3rd, we're having another canyon walk. We have tons of space in the back. You're invited to come whenever you like. But yeah, just know that we're here for you, and we will support these ideas you have in the future in any way we can. Okay. Okay, hey, thanks everybody.
Thank you so much, Amy. We really appreciate you joining us today and for offering those amazing words and encouragement. And we at INCAP and all of our artists here, we do appreciate you. So thank you so much again. And I'll turn it over to Shayna.
Thanks, Crystal, and thank you, Amy, again. Very wonderful talk. I don't think you over talked at any point. I think you did really well, and the Q&A as well too. So again, thank you for that. Going by the agenda, we do have our multicultural poem presented by Christopher Hoshnick and Rowana Shabala, who are the writing fellows. So I'm going to pass this invisible mic to both of them so they can share this extra endeavor we wanted to, kind of spruce up the virtual exhibition on. So with that, I passed it to Christopher and Rowana.
Awesome. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, my name is Chris. I am one of the DocB writing fellows. And it's been a pleasure hosting, collaborating this community poem with DocB co-director Shayna and Rowie. We created this project as an opportunity to extend our hand out and beyond the Navajo reservation to share the experience of imagination. And the prompt was a way of experiencing ourselves through the art, which is often seen as inspiration. The conversation we wanted to have alongside this project was how Diné artistry lives in a space of hypervisibility, and what we could do to have that art look at us through that lens. And what does it mean to have presence when our physical bodies are not welcomed? And so the project has been a great experience to see how people have collated and make the imagined a physical body through this collaborative piece. So I thank you guys all for contributing. I'm going to hand it off to Rowie, and she'll be giving you a little bit of her experience and share a piece of the community poem.
Hi, are you guys able to see me, hear me? Um, and then also there it is. All right. And you guys can see our my cool slideshow. Is that right? Yeah. So yeah, it's Ed. My name is Rowie Shabala. So we were super excited to put together the multicultural community poem. Chris had this amazing idea that we wanted to bring in not just us, but also our communities that we all like are representing in here. So we wanted to give you all the opportunity to express in poetry form, short story form, or even just like a series of thought. How does art experience you, your body, or your language? So, as the many responses that we have gotten thus far, we wanted to extend the deadline to this upcoming Friday on June 14th. And the deadline will be 11:58 a.m. So, I know that's kind of a different deadline. So maybe I'll just like make you guys people remember like, oh, it's the 58, 11:58. Anyway, I ramble. I wanted to say thank you to all those who had participated. And so this is a poem that was created, that we created in with the responses that we have, and we look forward to seeing more responses. And we'll be sharing those that poem at soon. So here is the first piece, and then we'll just kind of read off. So here it is. Art in any form knows the presence of my language, of me, through verbs voiced in vibration, becomes fragmented, bodies eclipsed by language, with desert tongue, sprinkled with some identity. Art is too personal, a kiss of pollen at the center of her tongue. Art fills up the parts of me where the words won't come, gives me clarity, a reflection above my head, transcribing sentient through long-legged canyons, like magnesium above my head, bellows, echoes across red cliffs, sod released from air and mist, a mirror with a cornfield for its face. And then Chris can go ahead and read this part.
Art is a deity's fingers running through your earthen hair, telling you to tend to the words born in your chest. You were born to create in whichever form has guided you, healed you. Mosaic of seeds bursting through silence. A reflection, not a halo, but a wound, round with words, in the same way you would tend to a fire through the night, care for the stories on your tongue, bitter medicine you know is good for you. From and the colors and the figures of my clothes is beauty, and with pride the movement of wind and the trees. Nilchit, nilchit, in my throat, nilchki in my throat, forming tiny storms. Hold on to the songs on your fingertips, each one a prayer you were taught. Art fills up the parts of me where the words won't come and gives me clarity. The wide, wide sky, Yegodot is spreading with sluggish clouds, the only clear spring of control, communication, the mind. On the tip of my tongue, it tastes sweet, honey sweet.
So these are the poets and the artists who had um, submitted thus far. We are so thankful for your voice and also for your words for us to be able to present this. We want to have more. We would love to have more. Like I said, uh, we will be doing this up until this Friday, June 14th, 11:58 a.m. So please definitely, you can see the little QR code. If you guys see that, scan that right now. It's just a simple Google form and submit that where you can. Anything else, Chris? Okay. Well, that is like our the poem that we have. There is gonna be more. We will definitely be sharing this on our social media. So definitely find the DocB social media on Instagram, and then I believe that's just like, yeah, all the different types of social media that we'll be having. And then you'll also see Chris and I sharing this as well as other artists. So yeah, did I miss anything? Okay, no? Nope. All right. Well, thank you guys again. Yeah. And yeah, let's head that back over to you, Shayna.
Awesome. Thank you too for spearheading this endeavor. And again, just being able to come up with these ideas to help us just generate this virtual exhibition and make it run accordingly as possible. So I appreciate y'all for doing that. At this time, we are breaking for lunch, but because we have a live stream going, we have a recording going, we don't want to stop the momentum here, but others can, of course, grab some lunch. But while you do that, I do want to have our 4 mentors introduce themselves. And our 4 mentors that we have, for this fellowship are the following. So we have Venancio Aragon, who was our weaving mentor, and he had 4 other fellows that he basically taught for 8 to 9 week instruction. So thank you, Venancio, again for being a part of this fellowship and teaching our fellows just the various techniques that they have shared. Our second introducer is going to be Anthony Goldtooth, and he is the silversmithing mentor, and he took on 4 other fellows as well. Next after will be Byron Espas, who is our writing mentor. And then last would be Amber McCreary, who is also our writing mentor. So with that, I'll pass it on to Crystal, who can give a proper introduction for Venancio, and then we can move forward.
Sure. Good afternoon again. So for Shane and we were co-directors for this fellowship, and I took care of the Diné silversmithing and the Diné weaving part of the fellowship. So for this fellowship, for our Diné weaving, we have Venancio Aragon, who was our weaving mentor, and then Venancio also teaches for Diné College for the Navajo Culture Arts program. Venancio has taught the Intro to Navajo Weaving, and then the Foundations to Navajo Weaving, and then the Wool Processing 1 classes. And soon we'll be teaching the Wool Processing 2 classes as well. And so I'm really appreciative for Venancio for agreeing to be part of this fellowship, but also for our weavers and our silversmiths, and then also for Anthony, who is our Navajo silversmithing mentor for this fellowship. So I'll have Venancio introduce himself.
Yet everyone, Benassi Ergan Yunisha, Shay Twahid Lin in a shoulder, Nakai Butchin, Ado Tsenabitli Edish Chado Nakai Nala. I'm from Farmington, New Mexico. That's where I live and reside now. And I'm an Navajo textile artist specializing in researching and documenting lesser known and rarely practiced portions of our Diné weaving repertoire. And also, trying to record and document and revive portions of our dye heritage that is eroding away because of industrialization and before they disappear into memory. So yeah, it was a great opportunity to be a mentor for this fellowship. And I think what you'll see today is the flourishing of our instruction to the mentees and how they took the tools that we were able to provide for them, the information and knowledge rather, and really express themselves through this ancient art form. So you'll be seeing a lot of who these wonderful people are through their art form, and that was an ultimate goal of mine. So thank you once again, and looking forward to the rest of the program.
Thank you, Venancio. Okay, so I see Anthony's on the call. I'm gonna have Anthony talk. Anthony, are you able to introduce yourself? Okay, Shayna, we'll have your writing mentors introduce themselves.
Alrighty, go for it, Byron.
Hi there, everybody. Yat Baranaspas Inishia, Trachitni Nishlet, Trachitni Bashichin. Currently, I am in Colorado Springs. I've been teaching in Farmington. That's where I grew up in the region, which was near, oh, my dogs, they're all barking. Sorry. But I grew up in the Four Corners area, specifically in Upper Fruitland. um, and graduated from that area. I guess I am a weaver of the page in a sense, more known as a poet than an essayist and nonfiction. This fellowship has been kind of basically pushing towards hybridity when it comes to looking at what I found interesting. Listening to Amy was pushing back on the white space in the sense we utilize that as well on the page, playing with form. Specifically with my students, I was hoping that maybe we could look at the self, the reflection, looking at our voice, and also pushing back on the whiteness of the linearity when it comes to storytelling. Because when it comes to specifically Diné storytelling, how it's very cyclical. Um, Playing with that form in a sense. So, but using more inner personal voice when it comes to memoir, using the self as that platform. So, yeah, definitely excited to see what will be happening with the future as far as like collaborating. I was thinking about having a literary art space like at the skate park, which would be kind of cool. Night reading. So, yeah. Anyhow, Amber, you're next.
Hi everyone. Yat she'e Amber Yanashia. Kintla Chitni Nishle. Nakai Dina Bashachin. Ashihi Dashate. Tatnasana Dashanella. So that's me. I'm Amber, and right now I'm zooming in from Tuba City. And yeah, I'm a writer, poet, and I was a co-teacher with Byron this past spring with the DocB program. And yeah, it was awesome. I felt like, I mean, I hope that, like the writers were able to find inspiration in writing and challenging themselves as a writer and an artist. But also I feel like they challenged us as teachers too, and that definitely helped me grow as an educator and as a poet and an artist. And I'm just really excited to see everyone that's going to read today. And I'm also very excited to see, I've been kind of trying to watch the journey of the Weavers and the Silversmiths too. So I'm just really excited to see everyone's art. But yeah, thank you.
Anthony, are you able to introduce yourself? So Anthony Goldtooth is our Navajo silversmithing mentor. And so, Anthony, are you able to talk? Oh, there he is. Yeah. Anthony, we can't hear you. Okay, so you just muted yourself.
I think you have to change your mic settings on your end. That might be it.
Can you hear?
Yes. Yay.
Okay, so you can hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I had my earpiece in, that was the problem. How you folks doing? My name is Anthony Goldtooth, and I'm from Shiprock, Kachini Station, Slon, Sanji Kine, Bushes Chin, Polichini, Dasha Che, not Otane, Dasha Nale, but other than Schlecht. I have been teaching silversmithing at Diné College since summer of '91. And over the years, it's been really fun to always see a different group of students coming into my classroom. I know that over the years, a lot of things have changed. We've seen a lot of different administrations come and go. I want to say thank you to Crystal for heading up the program. And I think we've had the biggest growth of our class under her leadership there. And I want to say thank you for her and for her leadership. Um, when, well, I don't think Crystal asked me to join the fellowship. She just kind of stuck me in there, and I'm always up for a new challenge. And when we found out who our fellows were, I was happy to see that we had some former students in there, and somebody that I had not worked with, who was Rhonda, and to see them, do things out of their comfort zone was fun. And I I encouraged them to make things that maybe felt like they wanted to do, and to put their own spin on things, to make it personal. Uh, Over the course of them working, you grow along with them, with your students. You feel that the things that maybe you have taught them, you get to see them actually put it to use. And it was rewarding and satisfying to see that. Um, they they had a lot of questions about things that um, maybe they weren't unsure of, but it was things that they had done before. And just a little bit of encouragement and telling them to work at it a little bit. And I think they all succeeded very well. So I'm very proud to say the things that they produced were of very good quality, and they should be very proud of them. I want to also say thank you to Tanea for her speech, and I really did enjoy that. And to hear that sometimes it is difficult to find your place in the world, even though you may feel that what you do doesn't really have an effect. Ooh, it's getting hot here. Doesn't have an effect. You think you're not reaching people out there, but you are. I think I felt that way for a long time. Working with the college, I think that I finally found that my capacity was to help further their education, to help bettered their lives. Amy kind of touched on that. And that, there's places out there for us, and maybe we can lean on one another to further ourselves better. I want to say thank you to Amy for that. My fellowship group was Catherine, Sam, Rhonda, and Delton. I know they did put a lot of work into the things they were doing. They turned out some great pieces. I know Delton had some challenges with maybe getting some tools and things like that, but I hope that we're able to help him along with the things that he's doing. So just as a quick introduction, I just want to say thank you, and thank you to Crystal and everyone else who was involved with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you all to the mentors for giving your introductions. Just letting our virtual group know who you are. So with that, I just want to briefly just share. I mean, if we can, and Crystal can share too, just about when we started the planning for this fellowship, really thinking about the mentors we had in mind. As far as me thinking of Byron and Amber, that decision wasn't, I felt that it was just a natural decision to make because I've known these two for quite some time, and seeing how their work flourishes naturally, based on, the heart and soul that they put into the words that they form. And I thought, why not have them here? Why not try to promote them here? Because they're from, Navajo Nation. They're doing so much work in the communities, and they help, they help in that natural way. And for that, I saw that, I noticed it throughout the years. They've taught me through EDWI at one point, the Emerging Diné Writers Institute at NTU, one summer. And that's where I really got to know both of them again. So I feel like, the decision to have them mentor, our 7 fellows, it was just a no-brainer. So I will say that much. And Crystal, if you would like to share, just, thinking about how you wanted these mentors, especially Venancio and Anthony, we could just take that time to share out. Thank y'all.
Sure. Well, when we were thinking about the mentors, it of course, like Shayna said, that it was a no-brainer to bring Anthony and Venancio on board. Not only because they're already adjunct instructors for Diné College, but also they are based in New Mexico. And I really wanted artists from New Mexico to represent this fellowship, because that's the key objective within this fellowship, is that it's New Mexico based. So Venancio is already our weaving adjunct, and then Anthony is already our silversmithing adjunct. And so they both work very well with us students from my observation, and so we have a really great collaborative relationship, and I'm really thankful for both of them, and especially for being transparent with both of them as well. We talk about everything, and I really appreciate them for stepping up and for taking on this fellowship. And it's really I've heard from not only like adjuncts, but from some of our NCAPers saying, if Crystal asks you to do this, just go do it, because you won't, it'll be a great experience. You won't regret it. It's and that's what I do for, for the program, and but also for our adjuncts and for our students, is that I try to expose our students to many opportunities to create collaborative relationships, like including like with Amy, getting to know Amy, and randomly getting to know Amy when I was doing my what was I doing? I was in Santa Fe for my residency at IEIA. And so I met Amy through another friend. And so that's when we just connected quickly, and we both had the same goals and how we want to uplift artists, emerging artists especially. So that's how that friendship was established. And now Amy, I really appreciate her for supporting NCAP and Diné College this far. And then yeah, it's just very, and this is like my first fellowship that I'm able to help with. And so again, I also like to thank Shayna for, for bringing me on, and for teaching me as well, and for being patient with me. And I really appreciate this experience as well, because it's a learning experience. And I'm glad that, this was we're getting towards the end, and I can't wait for everyone to see everyone's pieces and their projects, their in progress projects as well. And also I can't wait to see the writing fellows their pieces too. And so it's been a really great experience and a really great learning experience. And all of us involved, I know we're all just gonna grow from here. And I'm just very appreciative, and I really and I'm glad that people that are out watching too as well. Thank you so much for supporting this fellowship. And it's a one of a kind, especially when this fellowship's going to turn into an anthology. It's going to be the first thing that has ever happened at Diné College, so we're super excited about that too. And of course, having Amber and Byron too, we're just so thankful. And then for our fellows, oh man, like they're all very talented. And so I'm so excited for you guys to see their presentations, and just to see their progress as well from them entering the program, but not only with NCAP, but also with the fellowship, and then to see where they're at now, and to see where they're going to go. So I'm just so thankful. And yeah, thanks. Thanks, Shayna, for letting me talk. I don't want to take up too much time again.
No, you're fine. I figured while everyone's sort of breaking for lunch, and you know how we do it in the community, if we're having, people over and we're eating, stories are being shared or just conversations. So in that way, I think it brings a more realistic and unplanned sort of section for us, because planning this virtual exhibition has been double the time, double the planning, but to also try to bring some sort of wholesomeness and humanistic sort of tendency to this virtual event, I figured why not just kind of freestyle this discussion. So again, just to give us time to really talk about this fellowship and what it represents. So with that, I'm looking at our agenda, and we do have planned, let's see. So we will begin. I'm getting tongue-tied over here. We will begin the fellow presentations. And this will, again, conclude us to the end. So we have this sort of randomized order here. I'm going to go ahead and make sure we have it in the chat just so everyone else can see what the second half will look like for us. Let me copy and paste this here. All right. So here it's kind of just through the chat, we have some sort of times. Each fellow is going to have about 10 minutes of presentations. If they don't utilize, the full 10 minutes, it's okay because we can do the Q&A. Again, if you have questions for any of the fellows, any sort of specifics of maybe their technique or their inspirations, yeah, throw that in the Q&A so that we can ensure they answer those as well. We just want to create this sort of community where we're asking questions. We're not afraid to ask. We want to just, keep this open. And with that, I will have our mentors begin introducing. So our first fellow to present will be Catherine, and introducing her, we're going to ask Anthony to do so. So with that, I'm going to mute, and let's see if Anthony can turn his camera back on and see if he could introduce Catherine Harrison.
Anthony, you're on mute, I think. Again. We still can't hear you.
I think it's the earbuds still. That's usually what happens on my end too.
Anthony, I think you just have to go not use your earbuds.
You're working now?
Yep.
Okay. I thought we were finished for a little bit, so I'm walking around through Lowe's now. So let me work my way back out to the vehicle. But as I'm walking, we'll talk a little bit. Catherine came into my silversmithing class. I'm not sure how long ago. The years tend to roll together as you do these things semester after semester. So I couldn't really tell you how long ago it was, but I know she was coming into the class and she was interested to make her own jewelry and do her own designs. And it's really good to have students that are ready to jump in and just try things and try experimenting with different things and the things that they want to do. I tell my students that they need to start with something, even if it's a little outlandish. Let's start off with just a crazy idea, then I can make suggestions on what will work and what won't work. And we kind of just started off like that. But with students that are coming in very beginning for me, we start everybody off with the stamping process, and that's what she learned: stamping, forming, and also the shaping and polishing, the finishing process of it. So that's kind of where Catherine started. So over the years, I'm sorry about the noise. I'm working my way out here. That's how she came into my class. I don't believe she had any prior silversmithing under her belt, but I encouraged her. I know some students, they are a little unsure. And I think maybe she was a little hesitant to, to fully express what she was interested in doing, what she was wanting to make. But I think she had a clear idea. And over the few semesters that she was in my class, I got to see her flourish. I know even starting the partnership that she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to make the project she was wanting to undertake. And, I know she was maybe a little apprehensive about that. But as she started to move along and to really start to get into the bead making process, I think at that point, I think she realized just how much work was needed to get the process of getting it completed. Um, so working on that, I had to show her what I was thinking, what she needed to do. And with a little bit of encouragement from me, she started to pick that up, and finally she took a hold of it and ran with it. And I'm very proud to say that she's probably mastered the beading, making beads now. Um, it's a long process, repetitions over and over and over. I know the two students who did make their squash blossoms, they made towards 80 beads. So they did make a lot of beads, and they did very well at them. So I'm very proud of the product that she put out. Catherine, thank you for your hard work and the products that you made. I really do hope that you learned from it, and I hope that you are proud of the piece that you make. And thank you very much for being in my class and being part of the fellowship. Thank you very much, Catherine. Okay, I got a little bit of a bio here. I'm sorry I didn't. Can you folks still hear me? Am I back on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I back on again?
Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. I've got a little bio here for Catherine. Uh, I didn't see it until now because I was walking back out of the store. Um, Catherine Harrison, she is Diné. She is Diné. She is born for Twapaha. Her maternal grandparents are Ashtu, and her paternal is Betani. She is currently from Nathani Nez, Shiprock, New Mexico. Miss Harrison has not entered any of her silver works projects, any exhibition in juried market, nor does she have any publication, but feels that she is only just starting on her entrepreneurship journey. She is currently enrolled in Diné College, working on her Bachelor of Fine Arts in silversmithing. Miss Harrison is multi-talented and has received her certifications in Navajo Cultural Arts program with emphasis on moccasin making alongside silversmith and weaving with Diné College. Again, back to you, Crystal.
Thanks, Anthony. We'll have Shayna start the presentations. Then we'll have Kat start.
Catherine, are you going to start? I'm going to be sharing right now. Let's see. Yes, Kat, go for it.
Catherine Harrison, Yanisha. Thank you, Anthony, for introducing me. I try not to get so emotional right now because I have been working with Anthony for a couple of years now, and so thankful for having him a part of this fellowship. Um, my name is Catherine Harrison. I have my presentation. I don't see it put up just yet, but I am currently at Diné College working on my Bachelor's of Fine Arts in Silversmithing, and I plan to finish out my education. I always put that as my top priority, and then it's like my trade and my hobbies come next. I first heard about the fellowship by a former colleague, and then by Venancio, who was reaching out to me asking me if I wanted to apply for the fellowship for the weaving. And I was last asking him, and I was like, maybe I could do both. And he was like, no, you got to pick one. It was a really funny interaction, but I decided to do silversmithing because that was along with my degree plan. So for the Diné Artisans Authors Capacity Building Institute, I decided to do in a project that was a bit more challenging from what I've learned within a college's introductory, foundation, intermediate silversmithing classes that I've taken to create a Navajo pearl bead squash blossom necklace. On my slide, you can see right here, I wanted to integrate some familiar techniques that I learned from the intermediate silversmithing class, which was carving into the volcanic tufa and cast my naja part of the necklace. This design was actually inspired by my first piece that I've made with silver, sorry, which was my ring. It has a similar design. It's casted in tufa as well. And so I had that similar design casted for my nausea piece. And here are some photos that I have. You can see in the upper right corner, I actually did sketch out my idea of what I wanted my end piece to look like. I don't know how to change to the next slide. And to add more to the challenge, I wanted to try my hand at lapidary. I used Campitos turquoise stones. I wanted to add it to my nodule. And then you can see in the final bottom right, I wanted to add like that silver darkener just to bring out the stones a little bit more. This process was a little difficult because I've never seen anyone use the lapidary stone machinery. This one had like 6 different grit polishing and like grinding and everything, and it was really intricate to learn that whole process and like cutting the stone and shaping it to actually fit into like what I had as my idea. And to actually finish the Naja piece, I was like thinking to myself, this is just amazing on its own. But I felt like, okay, I can't stop here. I must keep going. And like Anthony said, I was like always second guessing myself, unsure. And it was such anxiety doing this piece, but I could see what I wanted the outcome to be. Can you go ahead, go to my next slide. So this was the Navajo Pearl Breed beads that I had done using the dappling block, and oh, it was such a process from cutting, punching, dappling. I actually did like 108 silver discs, and I had to add like 12 more to that because I had forgotten that I wanted to do a squash blossom. So I had to make more beads for the blossom. So I added 12 more to that, in a total of like 120 silver discs. At this point, I was thinking maybe this was a little too challenging for this necklace piece. It's it's only my second time working with silver. The first time working with silver was the ring that I casted, and this was my second project. Um, I had cried after melting and soldering one of my silver beads, and I felt like I really couldn't finish the piece. And it was just, but if it wasn't for like the encouragement of Mr. Goldtooth, along with Samuel and Rhonda, and most of the weaving fellows too, because I was in Venencio's wool processing class as well, and I would let them know how far I got in my project, and we are always updating each other on my projects. But I cannot thank them enough for like being there along the way. And I continued to work on my piece um, through any and all of the struggles that had come my way during this fellowship. I was taking classes. I had like 5 courses I was doing, and it was just, oh, this was like maybe a 6th class thrown in there within a college. So we can go to the next slide. So after completing the most time-consuming part of the project, I moved on to making the squash blossoms. For me, shaping the blossom tails and into like the cones was fairly easy. That when I had melted yet another part of this process, I cut out another shape, and I shaped it and everything, and I was able to do it within an hour because of how simple it was and how easier it was compared to making those pearl beads. But I also felt like I could integrate my new lapidary skills and add turquoise onto the squash blossoms, but also it was because I did not want to make any more of the pearl beads. So I had both turquoise and the pearl beads for my squash blossoms here. And finally, can go to my last slide. After the buffing and polishing, I completed my project for this fellowship, and here's what it looks like along with my first piece that I did with silver, which is also the inspiration for my Naja. It's matching. Like I said, there's about like 54 Navajo pearl beads that I used for the necklace and 6 for the blossom. It weighs about 15 ounces and is like 65 carats of Campitos turquoise. And I've used like both 22 and 20 gauge silver, uh, foxtail for the strand, and then like silver plated cones and findings or the clasp for this end project. And I just want to put out there, I cannot express how thankful I am to Mr. Anthony Goldtooth, who kept his cool while I had my panic attacks of melting the silver on accident again, and his constant reassurance that my ideas, my plans, and my layouts for this piece would come together. And I could not think of a better instructor and mentor to have helped me guide me through this beautiful, creating such a beautiful piece. And to my fellows, Rhonda, Samuel, Dalton, and most of all, some of the weaving fellows for their words of wisdom and encouragement throughout this whole fellowship to help me complete my project. And again, thank you, Mr. Goldtooth and the Diné Artisans Arthur Capacity Building Institute for selecting me as a Navajo silversmithing fellow. Participating in this fellowship has supported me to the idea that I have this skill set to become a creative entrepreneur while preserving the cultural and traditional influences, beliefs, and teachings to establish myself with a small business in the future and as an established artisan. And thank you all very much. I'm so proud of this piece, and I still can't believe this is only my second time working with silver, and I really did challenge myself to and push myself to finish this. Thank you.
So our next presenter is going to be Dalton Arviso, and I believe either Crystal or Anthony could just give a introduction of Dalton.
Anthony, are you able to introduce Dalton? Okay, Anthony, let me know he's driving right now. I can introduce Dalton. Next we have Dalton Arviso. Dalton is Jorge Glini, born for Ashinha. His trays are Nasht Ejidene, and his nollies are Hashgana Zoa. And he's mentioned that one of his favorite things that he loves, that's a part of the silversmithing process, is the drawing part of it. Dalton is from Tojadule, New Mexico, and is our current BFA in Navajo silversmithing student. So Dalton recently started with Diné College, but has flourished a lot within, in silversmithing. I know that he's also worked with Amy. So Dalton does have some of his pieces in Amy's shop at For Kinship. And Dalton has also taken the opportunity to also be a part of that art market that Amy was mentioning earlier. So that's Dalton, and in my opinion, he's a phenomenal stamper. He's a really great he does some really great stamp work, and I really commend Dalton on improving on his silversmithing abilities, and I know there's a lot more, and you're going to go far, and I cannot wait to see what you produce. And so a lot of our fellows, they were all at their own pace. We've learned that it's not about giving them timelines anymore. It's about how they work in their own process, how they learn to finish their projects, what they have to do, because they all are multi-talented in their own way. And so they're going to have to learn how to work through the hardships on creating pieces, the hardships on accessibility, and the hardships on everything like that. So a lot of our fellows, they all had to work through their own, and they got to know themselves a lot better too during this fellowship. So I think that that's also what Dalton has gone through as well. And so before that I can let see if Dalton's able to get on the call. I did see him. Dalton, I'm allowing you to talk. Are you able to talk?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you, Dalton.
Okay. Yat She'er Dalton Arviso Unishe, Bill Gleaning and Shle, Ashin Bachistin, Anastasia the nerd, that's a tray, Hashkanzo, Dashinele. Oh, Tuadle Denasha. Sorry y'all for just speaking through the mic. I don't have a laptop or anything like that. But my name is Dalton Arviso. I'm from Tajale, and I'm a BFA student at Diné College. I failed. I failed at finishing my piece, but it's okay because I'm gonna get it done either way. I just want to say thank you to everybody that helped me out through the process. It was a good learning experience. I learned a lot. I was thinking I could get this done. It's something new to me. I wanted to make a pendant. At first, I wanted to make earrings and then inlay them, but then that was way more difficult. So I was like, all right, I'll just do a pendant. And that's what I did. Like Crystal said, I'm pretty good at stamping, but that's as far as it goes. I could stamp really well, and if I could, once I put my mind to it, then I could get it done. It's just that I wanted to learn something new in this fellow program, so I decided to do inlay, give it a shot. I thought it was gonna be. I knew it wasn't gonna be like easy. I just thought it was gonna be like a fun process, and it was. But I ended up fucking up. I like used one of the stones, and there was nothing left. So I just stopped because I couldn't get it done. And I was just like, okay, this is fine. But I am eventually gonna get it done. I still have the stones that I could cut and place them in pieces into their position, I guess. But I will. That's about it. It was it's supposed to be my first slide. It shows me and Anthony, my master, showing me. I can't remember that picture. He was showing me how to do something, and the video is just me getting like the measurements to place into the pendant. The pendant was just gonna be all turquoise, and I was like, I'll put some silver in there. And that's what I was gonna do, and that's what I was doing, right? So all the soldering was new to me, and I got it down pretty good. But once I put the silver inside the pendant where it's gonna be inlaid, everything was good. Everything was good. I just had to put a little pressure on it. And once I did that, man, my shit just fell apart. I was like, oh, fuck. I was like, oh, crap, you know? So then it just fell apart, like the inside where the silver is going to be inlaid, it just fell apart. So I was like, oh, crap. So I just left it. I took it out, and I was like, I'm just going to inlay the whole thing. Like I said, it didn't work out, and that's fine. I enjoyed my time there. Let's see. That's the second slide. That's the first slide. And then, in the second slide, it shows it. See, I was soldering those pieces, that little 8-figure, that little square. It was going to be inside the pendant, but it didn't work out. It's fine, though. And then I only got that little piece of stone right there to fit, and it was just off just a little bit. I was like, crap. And that was the stone I got that disappeared. But no, it was the stone I messed up on, so I just backed off, and I said, I need someone to show me this, and maybe I'll just take my L. But that was it. I appreciate everybody, because Crystal was trying to help me out. Anthony was helping me out. Brian Russell, he offered a hand to help me out. It's just I was way busy with just life, school, and I just kept a positive attitude through the whole thing, and it turned out all right. I made some good friends. how do you say, like, not friends, but I met new people and got to know them, acquaintance. I got to work with Silver, got to do what I love. There was nothing wrong on my end. I had everything right there. It's just the know-how and the technique, and it's understandable. And I couldn't make it out to Shiprock. It's just because I don't have a transportation. I don't have no ride. Only ride I got is my thumb. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, so that was it. It's not a big deal that I didn't finish, but I love the support and like the motivation people are giving me, like, hey, you better get this done. You can do it. Get it done. I'm like, yeah, I know. Like, I'll get it done. I promise I will. It was just, I was on crunch time and I didn't know. So if anything, if I knew this like from the beginning, I would have just made a bracelet, put a stone, made a nice bezel. But I can't say any of that now. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. Appreciate Crystal and the program and everybody. So the last side you can see, that's I just got that little piece of turquoise right there, and it fit pretty good. It was just a little off, but I was like, crap. But yeah, I just added 2 stamps. It's like kind of like supposed to be an arrowhead, but also like on the bottom of the horse's hooves. Yeah, that's what it reminded me of. That's why I did it. Yeah. I love working with everybody, and it was a good experience. Would I do it again? Absolutely. Would I encourage other people to do it again? Yes, I would. I would love to see more people being creative. I like seeing and showing people new things, and just to get them away from school, that's how I met a lot of friends, is just being myself and letting them know that, hey, I'm not perfect, but I respect everything, and that's what I do. Just keep it respectful, keep the peace, But that's it. Thank you, everyone. I love y'all. I hope you guys are having a great day. I'm having a good day. And y'all just keep doing you. I don't know how to unmute myself.
Okay, Dalton.
I'm through, but I'm through a phone call.
I'll do it. Let's see. Awesome. Thanks, Dalton. Before we go on to the next artist, I know Anthony is back on the line, so Anthony wants to share a few things too about Dalton.
Hello, can you hear me again?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to tell Dalton that when Dalton wasn't my student from previous, so I didn't know what abilities he had and how far his training went. And I kind of left it up to the fellows to choose their own project, and I would help guide them through it. And when he chose his project, I didn't know at the time that he had very limited experience in soldering. And he did mention to me that he didn't have any experience with the lapidary equipment. And I told him, I said, well, the lapidary isn't too bad. We should be able to work through that one. And, I think maybe had I talked to him some more and really asked him some better questions, that I probably would have guided him to do a different project. So Dalton said he failed, but I think I was part of that failure myself. I should have talked to him a little bit more and figured out a little more what his abilities were, and figured out something from there. Dalton, I don't see it as a failure. You learned a lot. You expanded your toolbox. That's something else that you learned. I think that's what this process was about, to really push yourself. And I think you really took a really big giant step, and there was a big move on your part, you know, and I think I like that, taking on something that you haven't done before. I think that's a very big step, and that you were willing to do it. You're willing to risk it, even if it was something that you haven't done before. Um, I did really see a lot of thought and some good ideas into your project. I'm sorry that we didn't have the time that we could have shared to finish off your project and work on it a little bit more. And since uh, Dalton was over in Thailand and I was in Shiprock, it was really hard to make the time to meet up. But he did what he could, and we did some video chat and some texting of pictures back and forth. So, I think he did what he could do on his own. Basically, he was on his own. Um, I think that's how the fellowship was supposed to be. That, I don't think I was supposed to be there the whole time. And I think that Dalton took a very big step, and I commend him for it. Thank you for being a fellow, and I know you'll complete your project, and I can't wait to see it. Thank you, Dalton. That's it for me. Back to you, Crystal.
Awesome. Thank you, Anthony, for that closeout. And of course, I did express to Dalton that you didn't fail. It's all part of the process. And we can't wait to see the completed pendant though in the anthology. So we want to publish your pendant, and we want that to be permanently showcased in the book. So we're still here, and you're students, so you're always welcome to utilize the silversmithing classrooms too. All right, here you go, Shayna.
Go for it, Amber.
Okay. Next, we have Akimi Martinez. Akimi is an interdisciplinary artist. She is Bahali, and she is from Rama, New Mexico. So let's hear it for Akimi.
Hi everyone. Gat Aisha A Kimi Martinez Yansha. Sidna Jenny Nishland, what did eat me bashes chin, kachi me a dash che chisha hosta a dash nala. And I was a part of the writing fellowship. And I really had a great time. Oh, look, I'm floating head. I really had a great time in this fellowship, and I really enjoyed the cohort that I was with and my mentors, Amber and Byron. We met once a week there. Really a good time just learning about other authors and learning about like hybridity and poems and how to write as a native author, and also just as a human being, I think, as well, being able to express yourself with words. I really enjoyed it, and I just really would like to say thank you. I could read the poem, but I guess it's not the slide isn't going to go up. I could read it. Okay. So, all right. Oh, here we are. Thank you. I don't know who's doing that. Thank you. So the poem, The Present Moment. Reality would let you see technology, speed of light. Technology, what do you see? My culture is ancient all around me. Technology, what do you hear? Sa nagay bekeh hojon. And then I another one. This one is titled Yanske or okay. Aro Bilagana Bizaj Yanske. Overwhelmed is an understatement. How have we oh yeah, violence. Tiredness does not even describe. Emotions are not, cannot. Try. Hajo voice, our voices together. And then the last piece that I had wanted to share, it's not titled, but it's just like a short memoir, I guess, could be categorized as. Okay, cool. In a town called Mountain View, where the land holds me in memory, where I learned to speak my mind. In Mountain View, my earliest memories are filled with family and flowers, vegetables and mud pies, a wood fire stove, and the house that my parents built by hand that we no longer own, but remains in the family on my dad's side. In Mountain View, there were places on the surface littered with volcanic rock and cedar tree bushes are now held in the gray. Energy and harmony. In English is ironic because in their self-determination and holding the he laughed with a smile and to this day can be found in the same color and species. Their taste sweet. Some may think of sugar. And thank you for share my poetry. I think a part of this fellowship, I really learned to foster and nurture this writing creativity that I have. And I just really cannot like state how much Amber and Byron really fostered that. And I think also just my fellow, it was really a great group and a great time, and I learned a lot. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Brandon Kelly, who is a weaving fellow. We'll have Venancio introduce Brandon.
So Brandon Kelly is, in my opinion, one of those rare students that you come across who's very invested and very studious in their efforts to learn and to advance. So Brandon Kelly is from the Shiprock and Hogback area. He's also a multidisciplinary artist, a master bead artist as well. And I've had him in my classes since the very beginning. So he went through my intro, foundations, and wool processing, and then also audited another class. So he's been one of my students through the whole process of my instruction at Diné College, and I'm really grateful and moved by the proficiency that he shows with his textile arts. And a lot of the instruction rather that I gave at the college was centered on disrupting those normative frameworks of tradition, those concepts of what is traditional and what is contemporary as it's applied to uh, Navajo weaving culture specifically. And so, I promoted very much my students and my fellows to be creative and to look beyond those constraints and to disrupt it in a lot of ways. So Brandon not only did that with his wonderful tapestries, but also, he took the initiative to learn some of the rare techniques that exist within Navajo weaving. So you'll see in his presentation, some of those things that he attempted and mastered very quickly. So without further ado, I'll let him introduce his cleanse and all of that, so it's not too redundant. But welcome.
Hello, yeah, she Brandon Kelly in a she, Kintlashini in the she, Ozeki Sani Bashatin and Toa Guni A Dashache. So I am from Hogback, New Mexico, and my family originally is from Baklabato. I really didn't have much of a weaving background. It used to be in my family, but a lot of it ended up dying out with a lot of my grandparents and my great grandparents. So this was kind of my opportunity to reconnect with that. And I was really encouraged to actually go ahead and do the weaving because my original plan was for silversmithing, which I ended up picking up as well. So I was able to pick up weaving with Venasio through his courses when he first started last semester, which was honestly one of my greatest times over here at Diné College. It was so fun and everything from the start, from where we had our first class, which was a total hectic mess from the beginning, but we ended up pushing through and we all got started and we kind of just helped each other through everything. And I am really grateful to him and all that he's been able to teach, not only me, but everyone else that's been in his class as well. So for my first slide, I have my title, which is kind of a basis to what I would say is the most important part of my experience in here, which is weaving connections through the generations, which is what I was able to do with this fellowship as well, with the help of Venasio as well as our other fellows. And so for a lot of what we learned in our first part of the 8 weeks, because I was in Venasio's first and second weaving course this semester, so he was kind of stuck with me as I joked with him. I said that he was stuck with me for the weekend and throughout both semesters, but he really helped me accomplish a lot. So for my piece, I started off in the first 8-week course, and I was working along that with another project, so I actually got 2 of them done. But this one was mainly for the fellowship, which is the one shown in the picture. And that one kind of gave me a lot of issues from the start because I had one major problem where a lot of my middle sections of my actual weaving, my warps broke on me, so I had a setback on that. So I had to completely change a lot of my design and what I was planning on doing. But Venasio really helped me kind of push forward on that sense because from our first course last semester, he told me that weavings are their own being and that they breathe their own life into themselves, and we can never plan fully for whatever happens with them. We can only work with them to bring them to where they actually want to be. And so I kind of worked along with that. I made a fix with him. We ended up getting everything done. And I am more than happy to say that even though with the major setback on it, I'm glad to say that it actually got done and I'm like really happy with how it turned out. Okay. And for the fellowship as well, with this piece, when I got near the end of it, I kind of wanted it to kind of reflect my first few pieces as well. So this piece that is shown is kind of a combination of everything that I was able to learn from him so far, which was a lot of the design techniques for the tapestries. And it's also kind of a callback to my second piece that I made, as well as my first piece, along with the color palette of my third piece. So I kind of wanted to include all of those into this singular piece, mainly as a thank you to Venancio, and as well as a callback to my own relatives and my ancestors that have passed on. So this one, I kind of really decided to go and make sure that it was something special to me, as well as representing myself as well. So a lot of my pieces that I do with my other art form, which is beadwork, I tend to use a lot of the fire colors or sunset colors, and I kind of wanted to include that in this one, and I include it in a lot of my pieces as well. So this one kind of shows that, but I call this piece reconnecting, because it's reconnecting to all the base foundational techniques and teachings that I learned from Venancio, as well as to where I kind of am comfortable with in my color palette. So, and he really helped me kind of push forward on this, and I can't be happier to say that. And from this piece, I actually ended up working on to learning a different technique, which is kind of one that Venancio and his mom came up with as a variation of a wedge weave, and I decided to do that. I still haven't finished it. I'm kind of nearing finishing it. I couldn't finish it this time, but it's pictured on the right side of the slide. And that one, I kind of wanted to go along with not having a plan with it whatsoever. I kind of really just wanted to end up just letting it speak for itself and not really having too much of um, a set inspiration for it. I kind of wanted to just break away from my norms of going with a piece that's symmetrical and set in its value. But this one, I kind of wanted to just let it go along with itself, which is harder than I expected, but I am actually progressing on it pretty fast, and I can't be happier with it. Okay, and next slide. And from this slide, it's kind of what Venancio was talking about, as well as what he mentioned, is that I was in his wool processing course as well this semester, which was the first time it's been offered here at Shiprock, and I took it up with him, as well as some of the other weavers, and it is honestly one of the best experiences I have had over at the college as well, because it really kind of brings back a homely sense that a lot of us never got to experience, or um, a lot of our families have experienced, and kind of brought that back to life, because the wool processing course brought into a tradition that's kind of been lost, which is learning how to actually process and make our own yarn that we would be able to use in our pieces. So in that course, he was able to teach me and many others how to start from the fleece, what to do from the process of shaking it out, skirting it, making sure that we get out any debris into the cleaning process of it, and then what to do after it's all clean and dried and everything. And he was able to teach us a few different ways of being able to process it with our hand carders, Viking combs, and a wool picker, which kind of helps with the process as well. And from there, we were actually able to learn how to spin our own yarns and everything that I'm actually planning on using in my next piece, because I was able to purchase a lot of the tools needed for that, especially the carding combs from his brother, and I have been using them to actually make blends of my own yarn to actually add into my wedge weave as well, which is kind of what's taking a little bit longer. But I've actually been able to use what I learned from his class and from what we learned in the fellowship to kind of dye and process my own yarns as well. So that's why this slide kind of talks about from the past into the future, because with the teachings that he taught us from our past, and especially ones that this one that has been kind of forgotten and not a lot of people practice, learning about it actually protects the future of it, because from me learning it as well as the others in the class, we are able to actually pass it on to others that are willing to learn, and I'm actually hopefully being able to pass it on to other parts of my family, including my aunts and some of my grandmas that are wanting to learn, as well as hopefully being able to pass it on to my nephew, because he's taken an interest in what I've been doing, especially with my pieces. Okay. And it is with this fellowship that I was able to learn quite a lot, like Venasio said. And with what he mentioned about me is I kind of took upon weaving really fast, and I've dedicated a lot of my time into it because I have wanted to learn this for a while. Before I even joined his class, I was looking up on videos for weaving, because it interested me on how to do it, because I've done rug patterns and other historical patterns within my beadwork, and I was actually wanting to learn how to do weaving, and Venasio helped me with that. And what me and him have talked about is me actually creating a weaving that is a callback or a reference to one of my beaded pieces that I've done, and I'm actually wanting to do that one on my next piece, just because I've done the rug patterns in those ones, and I kind of want to actually make that into a set, because the piece that I'm actually planning on making into a rug resides here with my mom as her pieces. So hopefully I'll be able to get that done, and I'm going to hopefully be able to share that with not only Venasio but others that follow me, or even with the college as well. But with this fellowship, me and the 3 other fellows that were in the weaving, Venasio has passed on so many other of the knowledges, and the one thing he emphasized quite a lot was the gift that we were given from the Spider People, from Spider Woman and Spider Man, which is the weaving, because with that, they promised to protect us with everything that we had gone through, especially in the past with the long walk and a lot of the travesties that have happened, and being able to keep this alive, not only through him but also through the other guest speakers that he's brought along into the class and had us kind of meet, including Tanaba and Zephyrin this past semester. They were able to pass on a lot of their knowledge onto us as well, and gift us one of the greatest things that we will ever be able to continue on, which is basically knowing that what we're doing connects us to our people. And I can't be happier to say that I'm glad to have learned this from Venasio, as well as all the teachings that he's given us. And what he mentioned as well was I've learned some of the other techniques as well, which I caught on to pretty quickly, which one of them was the twill weave, which was one of the hardest ones that I had to do, and one that I was so eager to do. And with Venasio's help and his encouragement, I actually got that piece done as well. Although I did that before the fellowship, I was able to actually finish it, and I just want to show you guys that as well, which is, no, let me see if I can turn this off. This piece here. This is the one that Venasio and I worked on that he taught me the first one, because I was the first one in class to actually get this technique started, and I'm so happy that I was able to. I can't thank him enough for all that he's actually taught me. But yeah, thank you, and thank you for everyone that's been able to make the fellowship happen, especially Venasio with all that he's helped us with, and for Crystal and for Shayna for kind of pushing everything. And thanks to the other fellows for the weaving is all I have to say, because they really helped me being able to learn how to teach others as well as learn where I need to improve as well. So thank you.
Awesome, Kelly. I'll have Shayna stop a screen share so we can focus on the weaving, the textile that you were trying to show your awesome twill weave. So if you want to show it again.
Yeah, I'll show it. Oh, wrong one. No. So this is the one that I was talking about, which is one that Venasio and I first started off on last semester, which is the twill weave, the reversing twill. And this is the one that I'm like happiest about, just because of how difficult the technique was and everything. I was just happy with how it turned out, especially to have one fully finished. It's a lot different than my other ones, and it's like really hefty compared to everything else, and it kind of reminds me of the pieces that we were able to see on one of our trips during class as well. So yeah, I just wanted to show that as well.
Great. Awesome. Okay, Shayna.
Thank you, Brandon. That's beautiful. I guess I kind of have a question real quick for Brandon. Um, do you know what you're gonna do with that green or that mint green rug?
I might honestly use it as a showpiece for a lot of my like whatever I do for beadwork or for silversmithing. I'll probably use it as that to kind of just be a placemat, and
Yeah,
also to show what else I can do as well.
yeah, it's beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And it looks like you have a question, Brandon, but it looks like you're typing out the answer under the Q&A.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you actually have a couple questions. Someone asked, do you plan to make more like it?
Yeah, I actually am planning on doing another one after I finish my next two pieces.
Nice.
And I'm
Cool.
also trying to learn another one from Vanasio's help as well for a different type of weave, which I'm gonna get to maybe in a few months.
Nice. Awesome. Well, I can't wait, to see what you make in the future. And then I don't know if Shayna or Crystal mentioned this, but if you have like an Instagram that we can follow, like any of the fellows, just to like continue seeing all of you on your journey, I would love that. I would love to follow, some of the weavers and the silversmith artists, and possibly even in the future, like buy something, because these are like things I would totally buy, and I would love to support your art and your more entrepreneurial journey side of it too. Yeah, so I'm going to introduce our next fellow, and that is Kara. Am I saying that right? Kara?
It's Kara. Yeah.
Kara.
Yeah, Kara.
Okay. Kara. I just had your bio up. Hold on one second. Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, wait. Yes. Okay. Up next, we have Kara. Kara Telemonte is a Diné writer from Fruitland, New Mexico. She currently resides with her parents and sisters in Ojo Amarillo. Kara will be graduating with an associate's degree in liberal arts and hopes to transfer to the Indian American Institute of Arts, IAIA, to continue her learning of writing and storytelling. Her interests include reading and writing poetry, spending time with family, and binge watching Netflix shows. So take it away, Kara.
Thank you, Amber. So here, okay. Um, yeah, so hi everyone. My name is Kara Telemonte, and well, I guess to start off, jag är Kara Telemonte, Yunishe Petitni Nishle Nakai Bushins, sorry, Petitni Deshite Nakai Dashanele. Um, Hi everyone. My name is Kara Talamonte, and again, I am from well, the Farmington area, but really Fruitland, New Mexico. Way up there. I yeah, that's basically it. I'm just with my family, my mom and my dad and my sisters and my nieces and nephew, and just trying to live life, I guess. But anyway, I was I guess graciously accepted into the DocB program. I submitted some of my writings, and I guess they were really liked. So I got to be picked to be a fellow, which is pretty cool. And this was one of our, I guess, writing prompts that we were given, which is a mind map. And, and this one really made me, like I really had to kind of think about it, because growing up, uh, like we would all kind of center around my grandma's house. And she lived by kind of the Ojo area, by Ojo Elementary. Um, so like every Sunday, or mostly all the time, we would go to her house and just hang out there. My cousins, well, I call them brothers because I don't really I don't know, I don't like the word cousin. But my brothers, everyone, we would just come together and we just spend time at my grandma's house, which is um really good. So again, this is one of our pieces, so I wanted to introduce it. It kind of looks like a lot, but it's a lot of memories that I kind of stuck with me. So of course you see the where the Ojo Elementary School is, and then there's a first house, the second house is my grandma's house, and that's kind of where like I have most of my memories from. Um, yeah, it's like I'm fighting with my brothers to water my grandma's rose bushes, which is really um fun to fight with because we just have like argue of who would water them, who would do this, who would do that. And then that's where one of my uncles first taught me how to ride a bike. And for the longest time, I think I was scared to ride a bike, and I did not want to. And he just put me on, and of course I crashed because there's like a deep part in the sand, and I crashed and busted my knee. And anyway, that's the first time that I learned how to ride a bike, and it was pretty cool. Because I think those are that's one of my accomplishments, because it really, I don't know why, it really stuck with me. Of course, then there's a couple of houses down where there was I guess childhood friends that we would play with, like neighborhood kids, and then we would just ride bikes and um kind of just play with everybody. So I don't know. And then I don't know if you know, but in the Ojo area, there's like a field that's behind the houses, kind of right behind the Ojo Elementary School, and that's where my mom and my grandma would send kind of my brothers and I out to go pick wild onions. And we also did that in school, which is pretty real weird, but um we got those and then they cooked with them and then we rode our bikes back there and we did everything, so which is pretty cool. Um but yeah, this is my memory map and it looks kind of crazy. Um but yeah, I really enjoyed making this. Um but I guess yeah, there you go. So this is my grandma. And then these are my brothers right here. My my two brothers. First one, his name is Tristan, and then the other one's JJ. And then this is my grandma. So, uh, let me just read this part. So I decided to write this about my grandma because she's been it'll be 15 years that she will be have passed away um since 2010, I believe. But I don't know. I wanted to include these pieces about her because they really, not that it was hard to write, but it just was a heart heart turner, kind of, if that makes sense. So this is called Bima, and that's her nickname that we called her, Bima. So it starts: water sits in my lungs, tangles braid my hair, just breathe. I wish to, but I don't. Thump, 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 thump. Care Bear. Oh, to hear her call me again. Teach them about God. Brown ice cream trickles. Clear tears stream. No, 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 no. Disbelief fills me. A decade and three. Orange and purple spiral above. She's here, and I miss you so much. But anyway, sorry. I really I enjoyed writing this piece about her, because I had to recall the times of when, like, of course I was young, I was like 9 or 10, and it really, like, I remembered, but I couldn't remember at the same time, so I really had to like dig in my memory. um and I I don't know, it's just, I found within my writings I'm really not stuck in grief writing, but I felt like, I guess, writing in that grief kind of helped me not get past it, but get past it. um but yeah, that's I wanted to include this piece. But yeah, this was my grandma and my brothers at my grandma's house, and we would always like stick to her. And by the way, we're all about 1 month apart in this picture, or in general. And then yeah, which is pretty cool. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this next piece is also kind of about my grandma. This is at my grandma's house in Ojo Amarillo, kind of again by the school, which is about two houses down. So there's my brothers again, and then I'm in the middle. I think I was always in the middle because I was the tallest, which is kind of funny now because I'm the shortest. I'm the shortest, and they're the tallest. Which is, I should include a picture, but it's okay. So this one is called Almost, and it goes, laughter fills the air as the children hunt. They kneel on the soft sand as the roly-polies clash against each other. Can I do it this time? She asked. Fine. Okay, but next time it's my turn. In the distance, she sits there, waiting. Heavy footsteps approach, and water rushes out of the garden hose. Their clothes, once dry, now soaked. Sand works into mud, and at last the parched rosebush takes a sip. The wet sand smells so warm, so comforting, and they believe that this is forever. So this picture on the left is a picture of my so at my grandma's house, they planted rose bushes. So I don't know if you'd really see it, but this is when they're blooming, and they're blooming again right now. Over there at her house, 'cause they kind of live just down the street from her. Um, but there'd always be a battle of the two of us, or of the three of us, not arguing, but fighting to water them, which is pretty cute when you think about it, but in reality, it's like jealousy of who gets to hold the hose and who gets to do whatever. But once we did water them, we would always I don't know how, but get soaked. Like our clothes would get soaked and we would just play. And of course, we get in trouble by my mom and my aunties and my uncles. And they're like, "What are you doing?" But we were just having fun, my brothers and I, and we just, um, it was just fun. So I decided to write it kind of about my grandma and my grandma's rose bushes because she would always be like, who wants to water it? Who wants to water the rose bush today? And we would always fight, and it's just one of my core memories of, I guess, in my childhood that I not didn't block out, but I wanted, but it's a good memory. Um, yeah. So again, this is my brothers and I, which I was always in the middle, and again, now oh, I'm the shortest one out of both of them. So, but yeah. I'm gonna go to the next slide. Okay. So this is another piece that we did in the group our workshop in the writing fellows. We were presented, oh, sorry. We were supposed to like a first memory kind of like a grilled cheese, but I honestly I couldn't remember the first time I had a grilled cheese. But I did with the pizza, and that also goes with my grandma. So I wanted to write it. So it's not titled. Um, I'm still working on the title. But here is how it goes. So it says, I lay still on my 20-year-old bed, the bed my auntie gave me. Grounded from the tears and stains and memories from others I listened. The house, usually loud, was finally resting. It was midnight and the babies were sleeping. Their twinkle, lullaby twinkle, has me asleep, usually. However, tonight, this very night, the silence entices. The broken pieces of light gathers with fragments shown on the ceiling as the coyotes speak stories of the desert outside. Eyes wander through the arguments over dinner, or are they just laughing? Or, sorry, eyes wander through the arguments over dinner, or are they just laughing? And then it goes, I cannot recall the very first time I had a grilled cheese sandwich, but I do remember when I had a slice of pizza. Family breakfasts and dinners were very well liked in my family, like clockwork, hands gathered on Sunday mornings and every other weekday to decompress and spend time with one another. On this particular day, I accompanied my mother and grandmother to town. They ran errands like grocery shopping and looking at department stores. And when the dinner plan was decided, Papa Murphy's Pizzeria became a regular visitor chosen as our guest for our pizza fix. An experience unlike any other. One is able to choose a favorite pizza toppings with different cheeses they favor and bake it in the comfort of their home. Before that, the unbaked pizza is wrapped and saran wrapped to protect it from others and itself and others. At 6 years old, I was curious. My mother chose pepperoni and mushroom to take home. She always had given me the job to hold the pizza in the back seat while she conversed with my grandma. As she drove in the direction toward home, I protected the pizza wholly, and I wondered if it tasted as good as it looked. I pushed my fingers into its tastiness and in turn smushed the perfect pieces. Unbeknownst to me, my mother was watching through the mirror above, and at the stoplight she turned to see what I was doing. The once perfect pizza had finger holes all over it. She raised her voice and questioned me. Why did you do that? Tears pooled in my eyes as she grew louder and louder, and as all grandmothers cherish each tiny grandkid, mine did as well. She told my mom to stop getting mad at me. She's just a baby, she would say, something I wish to hear again today. Something I wish to hear her again today. Sorry. Um, so yeah, that was my kind of first memory that I had my first pizza. And I don't know if you're from Farmington, but if you ever been to Farmington, there's Papa Murphy's where you would go and they make get your pizza and put whatever you want on there and you take it home and you bake it. And I would always I don't know why I did it, but it was I don't know if I found it fun or whatever, but I always like push it down and make holes in it. And I don't know, I thought I was the artist or something. And my mom my mom one time got really in trouble. She I got in trouble, she yelled at me. But my grandma would always be like, she's just a baby. Like, don't yell at her. She's just a baby. So that's kind of how my grandma was. And I I'm grateful that my brothers and I and everyone in my family were kind of close to that family. I'm grateful of how we were raised and how kind of that we had that support from one another because I don't know why I didn't know that not everyone gets that in life. Um, but my family was like that, and they're still like that, even though she's been gone. We had to adjust to her being gone, but she would, there's just that support. And anyway, I'm grateful that got, that she was in my life and I got to experience her. And yeah. So yeah, I wanted to read those pieces about her because again she's gonna be gone for about 15 years in July. Um and I've been missing her lately. So I wanted to show you or tell you about her a little bit and my experiences about her. Yeah, yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. We will go on to our next fellow is going to be um Trina, can you go to Lindsay's presentation? Sorry. All right, next we'll have our next weaving fellow is going to be Lindsay Clark. So we'll have Venancio introduce Lindsay and then we'll give it over to Lindsay.
Lindsay Clark is now a weaver who resides in Fruitland, New Mexico, and it was a great pleasure to have her as part of the fellowship. She initially joined one of my early weaving classes after she came from another class at a different institution. So it was great to impart upon her and catch her up on some of the things we learned at DC. And Lindsay really took off really well. She, has a good work ethic. She's exudes this, strength and uh, strong demeanor that, we expect from our Diné matriarchs. And so it was a lovely time having Lindsay. And she also, took up another technique. She went beyond simple tapestry weaving, and she endeavored to revive this element of wedge weaving. And so Lindsay's Clark is a similar story. It's a story of revival of this art form within her family, and she's always said that she, is interested in it, but she, has her other life. She works, and she takes care of her family and all of that. But she wants to learn this art form so that if any one of her descendants in the future would like to learn, she would hold that knowledge for them. So I was always inspired by that. Another story of revival and reviving this art form within one's family. So Lindsay Clark, I'll let you take it away and welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. She Lindsay Clark Ginishke, Ozate Kachitni and Shin Lashgala Diné Bushes Chin, Zitlania Deshache, Twoheglini Deshanele. I realized that they're taking the recent classes, recent weaving classes with Venancio, that a lot of the people in that class are Twoheglini in one way or another. Maybe they're born 4, born 2, or they're Chays or they're Nollies. So it seems like we're all related through Twoheglini. I became interested in weaving in late 2022, and I just jumped on it. I started immediately searching for classes. I am employed full-time. I have a full-time, stressful, very high stress career. I am a construction estimator and project manager, but I really wanted to learn this art form, this cultural art. And so I started searching for a class locally that would be convenient for me to attend. So I found a class at San Juan College that took place on a weekday evening. So as soon as I could get off work, I headed straight over there. However, it was only I believe it was a 2-hour class, so we didn't get to spend much time in there, and it only took place 1 day a week. So I did complete a textile. That was my first time ever. I had no previous experience weaving ever, nothing. I never really watched anyone weave as an adult, only as a child, as a small child, like 4 years old maybe. So I took that class, and my first loom was made of PVC pipe. And I used borrowed tools, including my late Masana's batten. So that was a very old tool I was blessed to use with my first textile. So that textile took the duration of the semester to complete. Once that semester was complete, I really wanted to learn more. So I sought out more classes. Luckily, I found Diné College was offering a weaving class on Sundays. So I signed up for it immediately. I also have to let you know that I'm not a college student. So I just applied. I just put in applications for, to go back to school only for weaving classes. I haven't been in college since 2016. I only went back for 1 semester. Prior to that, it's been about 20 years. So I'm not a college student, but I did want to go for weaving classes. And to my great excitement, Venancio was one who was teaching the weaving class at Diné College. I was kind of fangirling over that because I follow him on Instagram. So, and I admire his art greatly. So I was a little bit starstruck when I first got into class that first day. So he started me, if you see the textile there up on the upper left-hand corner, he started me, since I had previous experience in an introduction to weaving class, I went to his foundations of weaving class. So I learned these other patterns from him, the seeds, the vertical lines, or the horizontal lines, and crystal lines. I'm sorry, not vertical. Crystal lines, vertical, vertical lines, and the seeds, other patterns. I put those together on that upper left-hand weaving. And there's another weaver who I follow on Instagram. I saw that they were selling hand spun churro yarn that they had dyed with natural dyes. So I bought 3 different colors. And this first one, the pink and the blues are the yarns that I purchased from that weaver. And then that one it was really quick. That one went really, really well. It was really quick. So my next one, I started this wedge weave here. So I really wanted to learn this wedge weave. I've seen a couple other examples on Instagram, and I've also seen that Venancio has experience with these. So this is one I really wanted to learn. And this was a really joyful and quick process. I really enjoyed doing this. If you ever get into weaving and you want to give this wedge weave a chance, do it. I had a lot of fun with it. And this blue color here in my wedge weave, that also came from the other weaver. It's a churro yarn with natural dyes. Can we go on to the next slide? And after completing that wedge weave, this is my current textile that I'm trying to work on. It's a reverse twill. So if you can see in the upper left, I have 3 heddles on there, but there are 4 different warps. So, and I'm using 3 different colors. I've got a light gray, I've got the purple, and I've got black. So there's 3 different colors that I'm using. So a whole revolution to complete. So let me try to explain this. So since I've got 4 different warps there, I start with purple on the bottom, and then let me start with gray, and then purple, and then black, and then gray again. So that's only 1/3 of the revolution. So the next one I would go with the same pattern, not the same colors, but keeping in the same pattern, light purple, dark, light purple, dark. That's just how it goes. So to complete one whole revolution, it takes 3 different rounds to complete one whole revolution. And I also decided on using the skinny yarn. This purple also came from the other weaver that I bought yarns from. So this was a challenge in itself because I only purchased 2 what do you call it? Two oh my God, I can't think of the word. Two balls of the purple yarn from that person. And I realized as soon as I finished the first skein, I bought 2 skeins. So as soon as I finished the first skein, I realized I would run out of the purple. So since I was in Venancio's wool processing class, Brandon Kelly, who presented earlier, and Venancio willingly offered to try to replicate that color for me. So I purchased the same type of yarn, luckily from someone who was also spinning that same wool at the same time as the person who I purchased the yarn from. Got the same type of yarn, made at the same time, spun at the same time. And they got to work on replicating the yarn color. See the one that's balled up there in the on the bottom in the center, that photo there, that's the yarn I was using. And so they tried several different methods of dyeing the yarn to get the color that I needed. And it was successful. That you see that skein on the left side right there. It's laid out. That's the color that they got in the end. It's really close to what I needed. So since I'm using a skinny yarn, I'm not saying it's an excuse, but since I'm using a skinny yarn, I'm still working on this piece here. I have 2¼ inches left to go, meaning I have to use different tools, skinnier tools, and it's harder to get the yarn through because you're working with such a small space. And I'm trying. I keep trying. Last night I worked on it again some more. I got in 2 full revolutions, so that's 12 warps each for each revolution. So I got in 24 warps, and then I measured the gap again, still 2¼ inches, just as it was before. So it's slow going. I keep trying. I'm gonna finish it maybe in a week or so, but I'm still working at it. So I just really want to, if Venancio will allow, I would like to further my skills under his construction. I'll probably end up auditing more weaving classes if Crystal will let me, or maybe I'll just sneak in on weekends. And I really want to learn more from Venancio. He's got a lot of knowledge, and I think he's willing to share that knowledge with all his Diné students that want to learn. This is something I really want to do. I want to become proficient in weaving. And one of the challenges I've had and still have is I'm not confident with my knots. So once I called Venancio on Instagram chat and asked him to help me with the knots. So he was explaining it to me through Instagram messaging. I've become more confident. I've had to take several different videos watching Venancio help other people set up their looms. I just, watch him tying these knots. It's not even a big thing, but it's my issue that I have to work through myself, because like Venancio tells us all the time, there will be a time when we can't call him. Maybe he'll be busy or something, but we have to do it all on our own. So it's just, little things like that I have to work through. And I want to offer thanks to Navajo Cultural Arts Program at Diné College for offering these important and relevant classes, and also to the 2024 Doc B Fellow Program for the fantastic opportunities offered. And mostly, I'm grateful for Venancio's teachings and incredibly grateful to him for his willingness to share his knowledge with his students. Thank you so much, and have a good afternoon.
I think it's my turn.
Yep, go for it, Byron.
Thanks, Shayna. It's so interesting learning from the Weavers and the Silversmith people. I hope the fellows are taking note and writing down some of the language they're utilizing, because when you think of the page of what you're working with, you're doing the same thing by tying these knots and also creating these revolutions, intertwining all these different tones and colors and shifts and all that good stuff. I was very lucky to be able to work with Chris, because Chris is kind of a superstar that is up and rising right now. He sent me I got the bio for them, but
it was so it didn't tell much about who Chris is, and so Chris dropped the name Natalie Diaz, who is a very well-known poet in our world of Indigenous writing, and he got to work with her. But also, I'm going to allow him to introduce himself in Diné. But he has publishings out in Yellow Medicine Review. He is also a language advocate, poet, and filmmaker. You can check out his online. I think it's chrishoshnet.net. I thought I saw. But he's with 1,000 Languages. He was recently named a James Welch Prize finalist, which is a big. It's one of our newest prizes amongst the literary people, and he was one amongst the top finalists just recently. Part of the Emerging Diné Writers Institute Fellow, also a fellow for the Indigenous Nations Poet, which he's going to be going into this fall time, I believe, and also ASU Dean's Medalist. And now he's going to be finishing up. I think he finished up at ASU, and also is going to be he is in MFA candidate for the Institute of American Indian Arts this fall for the graduate program. So come on, Chris.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Chris. Kitla Cheatney Shle, Tchitney, Bashichin, but Oni Dashache, Ashin Dashanada, Akut Ego, the Nenshle. I'm zooming in from Odom and Peeposhland and at the Institute of Collaborative Language Research, or COLANG at Arizona State. And I've been fortunate enough to have been around other language activists, documenters, educators for over a week now, and it's been very fitting closing this specific program with DocB alongside that experience. I kind of wanted to just before I get started, acknowledge two people in this program. Amber as a community leader, advocate, mentor. And when I think about community, I see this from a multidisciplinary perspective now, and asking what does the community need that I can give, and what abilities in my lexicon can I blend together to create that. And so I just wanted to take a moment to thank Amber for moving my capacity from the self to community, and how what we're doing here as writers and artists is in service of people and who can't articulate what we consider art. And so I wanted to do that. And I also wanted to create space for Byron, who just introduced me, and his ability to kind of transcend genres as like this malleable thing. And I walked into this opportunity with aspirations to find a Diné perspective on the act of writing. But I felt a little bit more grateful to have imagined alongside Byron through the last couple of weeks and months towards what Diné artistry and poetics could look like if we create more awareness and practice and genre bending in new ways. So I want to just thank both of you. I know we only met in person once, and it was very quick and brief, but you've really inspired my next couple of projects lining up, and next different things that I'll be moving into, especially moving into Institute of American Indian Arts. And I want to take the next couple minutes, roughly like 8 minutes, to kind of go over what our conversations have led to. I'm going to show you 3 different slides and how they expand and collate together. This first piece was something that I think other fellows have already shared already, memory mapping. I think of this quote from Jake Skeet's Mapping Land Through Diné Poetry, where he says, memory exists in a higher dimensional space related to space and time. So I think about that in relation to another piece of another quote from that same piece, where he says, reframing land as fundamental to our perception of reality will help classify it as part of our personhood and our interior and domestic spaces. And so I think about this, and I think I brought this up before about the word ancestor, and how the word ancestor actually means to go before, or who came before. And so you put it all together, it's they came before. And I think about this in relation to Navajo philosophy. And I don't think within our respective languages do I hear in prayer any mention of ancestors. I also think that this is in relation to the concept of time too. So I refer to this quote from a journal, an academic journal for Navajo philosophy, where creation it states that creation occurred Nijone, or translation would be in orderly and proper way. The go part of it is the end of Nijonago means in that way, which means ongoing, continuing, and continuing process. And so my question for that is, does the term ancestor fit in our philosophy as Diné? Would ke be more fitting in response to memory and mapping? Do our memories really have a beginning, middle, and end? And so this is kind of my interpretation of it, how memories are kind of moving all about and not necessarily in a linear fashion. Which brings me to my next slide. I've been working with a linguist in tandem with the DocB program, and it's placed me at a kind of like this diasporic introspection of language and story coming together. I was working closely with semantic universals, representations, mental representations, and translatability. And so I'll kind of go over that just a little bit. Mental representations, in short, is these objects or these structures in the mind, which are that we pose to have that we give mental representation to. So in a sense, it just basically means we have the context and the meaning, which is the meat of a thing, and then there's something that carries it, which is like a vehicle. And so I think about that all the time and how meaning can move between languages and meaning can move into other spaces, but words can change, but the meaning does not. And so an example of this is a piece that I did for my time with Natalie, which I brought into the space. It's kind of a little wonky, but the piece reads Bazad Eden, written with words that we don't have in Dinebazad. Or no, I'm sorry, letters we don't have in Dinebazad. So we don't have Fs, we don't have Us, Vs, Ps, or Cs. So I thought it'd be interesting to kind of mentally demonstrate how we can reconstruct we can restrict our language with things that they say is not within our lexicon. And so that kind of brings me to my last slide, which is this translation work that I've been doing with Beth Piatote out over at Berkeley. And it's this idea of translating within your lexicon. And so if you see on the screen here, I have a poem by Emily Dickinson. Her original poem is To Make a Prairie. The original poem reads, to make a prairie, it takes a clover and one bee, one clover and a bee, and reverie. The reverie alone will do if bees are few. And so it got me thinking when I was in DACB and was speaking with Byron and Amber about what it means to write for our people and towards our people and with our people. And I think about this linguist George Lankoff and how he says we are shaped by the metaphors that we've created within our respective languages. And so I think about that a lot. And the idea of translatability. I think a lot of academics carry this theology that thought and language are one and the same. That's a theory by two linguists, Sapir and Worf, who created this thing called linguistic relativity, which is that language and thought are one and the same. But it was later debunked, stating that they are not the same. Thought comes before language. And so that got me thinking about when writers and philosophers say Diné thought, does that term actually exist, right? And so I also think about language and culture, linguistic anthropology. And so language and culture are one and the same. One cannot live without the other. And so I think about writing in translation. I think I try to think in the metaphors in my respective language of Diné. For an example, in English, the word understood. does not necessarily we don't necessarily stand under something. And so where does that terminology come from? Where does the etymology come from? And why and when at some point in time in history did that become a thing? And so these are the languages we shape ourselves around. And things like love is war or love is a journey. These are metaphors that we say on the daily without realizing that they're metaphors. And so I think about that in Navajo. Do we have respective metaphors in our language that work the same way? And so Beth Payato caught me thinking. And when I moved into the space with Byron and Amber, it really kind of got my gears rolling with how I could bring linguistic practices into creative writing. And so I thought of creating what would be the metaphorical or the mental representation of what Dickinson was doing with her piece with the clover and the bee. And so I took that same piece and I translated in English. So instead of to make a prairie, it takes the clover and a bee. I translated it to make a crop, it takes the wind and corn. A corn and the wind and a prayer. The prayer alone will do if the wind is few. And so that's kind of my translation of that. And then turning that into Denebizad was a lot easier when I was doing the actual translation process. And so if you see the taggings underneath each word, it kind of gives you an idea of what those words mean. This is a different practice than morphology. Morphology breaks the words up separately and gives each morphology its own meaning. But this is a form of linguistic practice called tagging, just to give you an idea as to what it would actually look like if someone were to translate it from Navajo back to English. And so it reads, hold on 1 second, I have my thing up. So it reads, cornfield is made, wind and corn, wind and prayer, wind, empty, nothing, along the extension of towards, pray, with which it will be made. And in Navajo, it's ta'ake, ahodne, nilchi, I always have a problem with this word. Nilchi do nadan, nilchi do sodizin, nilchi adengo, sodizin be ahodne. So if you see, this is kind of just a practice that I've been working on and I'm working towards. Hopefully this is something that I'm going to continue working with and maybe cross paths with Byron and Amber again to maybe establish community work with our language and community practices. I think our language is not in danger. It's absolutely in the safe zone. There's no need for revitalization. I think at this point in time, as Diné speakers and Diné poets and writers and artists, we need to practice redevelopment. How are we going to relearn this language? How are we going to learn this language and reclaim it as our own? And so that's where my approach and my studies are moving towards. But yeah, I do thank Shayna, Amber, and Byron for having me come into this space. I'm not 100% from New Mexico. I was born in New Mexico, so that was kind of a thing for me that I was not. I was thinking that I was not going to get this opportunity, but thank you guys so much. I think that's it.
Thank you, Christopher. So we're going to move on to Samuel Sumter and their introduction.
Is Samuel on? If not, Anthony, can you present for Sam?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, Samuel's not available today, so maybe I'll talk a little bit about his his journey through silversmithing. I can't remember his plans, so we're gonna have to let him put it up here whenever he can.
Let's see.
And
I can read his bio.
I don't have that with me.
No, yeah, I can read that. Then you can.
Okay, great.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty, so Samuel Sumter likes to be called Sam. Sam is 23, originally from Cottonwood, Arizona, but currently resides in Farmington, New Mexico. He grew up on the Navajo Nation. His clans are Totochitni. He's born for Nakle. His Cheys are Tatnesatni, and his Nakles are Bilagana. And this is Queen Samuel right now. I am culturally involved in making an effort to learn as much as I can, attending different ceremonies and learning my language. Jewelry making, in my eyes, plays a big part in our culture. Being able to make jewelry that will be worn in everyday lives and during ceremonies gives me pride, knowing that someone will cherish a piece of art that I put my time and effort into. Jewelry not only makes us look and feel beautiful, but they will help us connect with our ancestors, or in many ways, our protection. Taking up this art is my way of connecting with those who have done it before me, and also carrying on a tradition that I have respect for. I decided that silversmithing was something I wanted to pursue after taking a couple classes at Diné College. I feel that I have an artist's eye and want to improve my skills as a silversmith, taking in all the knowledge that I can from everyone willing to teach me. My goal as an artist is to make beautiful pieces of art that is affordable so that anyone can buy a piece while also making a living out of it.
Okay, great introduction there. So, are you guys able to hear me? Just making sure.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Samuel came to my class over in Shiprock, and I wasn't sure if he was in class just to get the credit, humanities and fine arts. I've always had students who come from a few different backgrounds. One is just purely for educational, moving on to a different degree, and they don't want to take painting or drawing, so they end up in my silversmithing class. I really wasn't sure where he was coming from, what direction he was coming from. After getting to know him a little bit, I found out that he was very interested in learning silversmithing. At first, he was in working towards a different degree, and he found out that he liked silversmithing a little bit better. And I think it was in his second semester, he did tell me that he did change his degree for the silversmithing, which was a little surprising for me. And I felt very honored that he chose to do so. But on the slide here, we'll talk a little bit about his Naja here. He had made one before. He actually made his first piece while he was still in his second class, and this was a third semester project. And this one, when he made his first piece, he bought the silver on his own and did it. And he actually made 2 or 3 pieces, and it was not to his liking, so he kept changing and changing. Finally, he settled on one and got one done. The piece that you're looking at here was the very first piece that he made, and he wasn't happy with it, and he was going to erase it and start all over. I said, let me use it. Can I make it? I said, I really like your design. I said, can I use it? I want to make one for myself. And he says, sure. So he gave me his mold, and I gave him another piece of tufa, and he carved on that one. He carved on that one. I think he made 3 different carvings on it, and we tried to cast each one, but it wasn't working. And pretty soon he was like, "Man, I don't know what to do." And then he says, "Let me use that first one back, okay?" I said, "It belongs to you. Sure, go ahead." So I handed it back to him. He worked on it a little bit more, and we ended up getting this piece out of there. And the one that he wasn't first thought that he wasn't interested in, I told him just a little bit of work here and there, it's going to come out and look better. So I don't know if you can tell from the picture on the left the modifications that we made to the finish on the right. We did taper the ends a little bit and round out the ends of the balls a little bit, and just very subtle changes to that. It really made a difference. When he was making it, he thought it was a little bit too square and symmetrical, and I told him that that's just the beginning of the process. I said, you have to start working it, start working through, see what it becomes. I said, it doesn't always stay like that. Designs change. It changes. They change sometimes as fast as your feelings do. And we kind of laughed about that. And so he says, well, I'm not feeling it right now. I said, well, your piece isn't looking like it right now either. We kind of bantered back and forth about that a little bit. And, we kind of bounced ideas off each other. Samuel is a person who likes to get going and stay on it until he's done. Sometimes I kind of think that maybe that hurts his creativity a little bit. Maybe it's a good thing, but I know we had a couple of hiccups along the way, and I think the end product actually came out a little bit better than what we were originally thinking of. So when he was doing these things, I would he would say, "What can I do over the weekend? What can I do during the weekend?" So we set him up, and he would cut most of his discs, whatever material we had. He would cut all of that, and he would take it home and work on it during the week. And when he was able to come back to the silversmith lab, that's when he would do all his silversmithing, soldering, and other things like that. And he would do all his soldering, everything that he could do at the lab, using tools that he didn't have at home. So he would do all of those, and he would take those home, and I'd tell him, we need to work on this, shape them, file them, sand them, work on it like that. And he would go home and work on them, and I wouldn't hear from him all week. Sometimes he would say, "Oh man, we had a kinalta, so I'm kind of tired. I don't know if I can make it into class." But he'd always come, no matter if he was up all night singing. He'd show up, and we'd work some more. I'd look at his stuff and tell him, "You need to refine this a little bit more. You got some scratches here and there." I said, "This is your best one here. Match the other ones to it." I'm sure he probably didn't want to hear that, especially with making beads. It's a real challenge to make them match, not only in size and shape, but as the finish, to get your sanding, filing, and polishing to get them all look the same. It's very challenging. So, I had to remind him a couple of times they all need to look the same. Then he'd come in, he goes, "Oh man, these ones look better." I said, "Well, you have to match the rest of them to it." So he kind of said, "Oh man, really?" I said, "Yep, you got to do it." So, I kind of pushed on him a little bit like that. But I just told him that's what he needed to do. And after that, he went to work on it and, did his best. And he'd come back next class and, we go over it again. Then he'd have them all segregated, his beads. He says, "These are the better ones, I think, and these are the ones that are not as good," he would say. And then he goes, "What should I do?" I said, "Well, I said, if it was me, I'd clean them up as best as I could. And then when you're stringing it, mix them up together. I told him, don't put all the good ones on one side and then the other ones on the other side. So I said, blend them together. Do that with it." And I said, you need to have an overall, they all need to look presentable. You know, one side shouldn't look better than the other side. I said, you need to balance it out. Um, so he worked on it and worked on it. You know, I think he restrung it a couple of times, and then we started working on the blossoms, and you know, he jumped in. He got a little bit ahead of himself on that one, and we had to backtrack a little bit. But he was happy to do it. You know, he was didn't complain much. He says, "Oh man, I kind of took the long way." I said, "Well," I said, now you know a different way of doing those things." I said, "You know, I've always told my students there's more than one way to do it." I said, "But you'll find a way that you like and a way that works best for you." And that's what I encourage my students to do. I said, just because I like a certain way of doing things doesn't mean it's the right way or the best way, especially for you. It may not lend itself to your design or to the way you want your finished product to look. So, working with my students, that's what I would encourage them to do. And he he worked at it hard. He really did put a lot of effort into it, and you know, sometimes, like I said, he would get so involved with his work that he would you know go past what he was wanting to do, and then you know we have to backtrack a little bit. But when through the process, he always says, "Man," he goes, "Man," he goes, I'm really thankful that I'm here learning this." He goes, he's always was thankful that you know he got to learn something. I said, "There's something that you can do every time when you're making jewelry in the jewelry process. You know, whether it's making it better for yourself or making it better for the person that you're making it for. You may not know who's going to receive this, but you know, all your thoughts and good intentions and your good work, you know, it gets passed along. And, you know, you just don't make things. Well, let me backtrack a little bit. I would say I don't personally make things to make money. That's not my first goal. It's been a while since I've sold pieces for that. I've told my students over the years that I always wanted to be a silversmith and to see if I could support myself. But I never did. I was always too scared to do it. But over the years, I've come to realize that all the years that I've been teaching, I've been supplementing and doing that all along. I just didn't realize it was in a different capacity. But back on to Sam's work. Sam really did a lot of work, and he put a lot of effort into it. You can see there in the next one here, all the beads he has lined up over on that side. I believe he had 74 or 75 beads. And as he was working through them, you know, he kind of got to the point, oh man, he goes, I'm kind of sick of working beads now. And I told him, I said, well, they're looking good. I said, the worst part's almost over. He goes, what part is that? I said, making the beads. You know, I said, you still got to string them. And, you know, there's still little things that towards the end, we still had a little bit of trouble with things breaking, but he worked through it. We got all the blossoms made and he got them filed and he got them all put together. In that one, you can see the little squash blossoms on the left and the string of completed ones. He was always worried that they weren't perfect. And I told him, I said, when you're making your stuff, nature's not perfect. The things are out there, they're not perfect. But as a whole, they're beautiful. And I told him, you need to keep that in mind when you're putting your things together. What you have is not machine made. You know, that's a part of you, part of your thinking, you know, part of your thoughts. All those things start to line up together. And the piece that you're making is an extension of your thoughts, your feelings. And in the right there, you can see one of the pendants that he made. It's full of turquoise on that one. That was I think that was the very first piece that he cast in the second one on his naja. I asked him, "Are you going to put a lot of stones on it?" He goes, I don't think so. He goes, I really like the simplicity look. He goes, "What about you?" And then I said, "I don't know." I said, it looks good just the way it is, even without the stone. But he wasn't. He wanted to add the stone in. I said, "Well, you can." I said, it'll be a focal piece right there." So he thought about it, thought about it. He actually cut 3 or 4 stones, and he was looking at them. I thought he was going to put a bigger piece on. He had a really nice piece that was a little bit bigger. And eventually he settled on that one. I said, "Why'd you choose that one?" He goes, "Well, it's small." He goes, "I don't want it to be covering up my work." I said, "All right." I said, "That's some good thinking." I said, if you're gonna put a big stone right there, I would have told you to put some up on the blossoms or up the squash blossoms too." So he says, I told him, I said, I think you did well with that one. And it all came together at the very end. This was his second squash blossom. The first one in the middle picture, he has 2 of them on there. The one on the left was his very first one there. That one, I know he really struggled with. You can see how many squash blossoms he has on there. He only had 3 aside. On his other side, he had, I think he had 10. No, he had 7 per side. And one actually came apart and it was getting late. He says, "I don't know if we're going to finish." He goes, "What would you do?" I said, "Make it look the same." So he took one out. He goes, and then I said, "Well," I said, "it still looks good." I said, "Put it on." And the blossoms came up to about his collarbone. I said, "I think if you added that other one, it's going to be up too high, up by your neck." And I said, "I think it looks better that way." He goes, "Well, it worked out," he says. And he goes, "What should I do with this one?" I said, "I don't know." I said, "Put it on your keychain." He started laughing. He goes, "Really?" He goes, "Yeah." So he goes, "All right." So he went over there, he drilled a bigger hole in, then he goes, "Hey." So I turned around here, he threw me that piece, that squash blossom. Goes, "Here, you put it on your keychain." So I've got that piece on my keychain now. It's pretty cool. You can see examples of his other work. He was going to make a pendant with the one he's holding in his hand. That was actually another tufa cast that he carved out. I think he said he was going to make a ring, but it turned out way too big. I told him it was too big, but he did it anyway, and I believe he turned that into a pendant. But he's Sam is going to do well if he keeps up, his added work attitude and his work ethics. And I think he'll go far doing this one, even as if to go and sell his products and his jewelry. I think eventually, all my students, that's what I want for them. If that's what they're wanting to do to make a living for themselves, I think it's something that they can do. And through our program and our classes, I think that makes it possible for them. So that's what I'd like to say for Sam and his work. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Anthony, for presenting on Sam's behalf. And
Yep.
then I'll hand it over to Venencia right now.
Okay, thanks, Crystal.
Okay.
So I guess we had some people that were tuning in while they were at work, so we had a bit of a scheduling mix-up. So Jeff Bigay was supposed to be after Lindsay because they switched spots. So I don't know how it worked out, but anyways, in the interest of time, I'll briefly speak about Jeff and just a reminder to all the presenters today to be mindful of your allotted time periods. So Jeff Begay is from Gallup, New Mexico, and he came to us. Also, another fully employed person not associated with Diné College, but he background is from IAIA in Santa Fe. So he's a trained artist in other ways, and he did have background with textiles and weaving. So I think it's remarkable the work he produced during the fellowship. He faithfully drove in from Gallup every session we had, and that, just showed his work ethic and ability. And so in the foundations classes, I teach these techniques of the crystal lines, the vertical lines, and the seeds. And since Jeff wasn't one of my students, he told me that he never tried those techniques before. So I showed him, the basic uh, crystal line technique. And what he did with it was really remarkable because he took it and he innovated on his own. And he created designs with the technique and tapestry weaving. And so it was this remarkable experimentation, but it shows, the level of the fellows that we had for the textiles. And so Jeff took it upon himself to do something totally different and unique. And he actually inspired some of uh, my other students to try something similar. So I was very honored and humbled to have Jeff, and you can see in his photograph he submitted too as well during the wool processing class when he would show up for instruction. He participated a lot with dyeing, and then I would take the fellows aside and they would do their own thing. But he's just a remarkable artist, and it's a shame that he had to return to work. Um, so I would just like to say that Jeffrey was a great, great mentee, and I know he will go far. And you can see in people's work, when they have a mind or an eye for creativity and doing something out of the box, thinking out of the box. And I think Jeff is a wonderful, wonderful person, a wonderful artist, and I was grateful to have him as one of my mentees. So thank you. I'll turn it over to the next person.
Okay, so next we have Danielle Emerson. I heard of Danielle Emerson's name through Travis Wade, who is a colleague of mine at San Juan College. Got to know her a little bit through conversation. Danielle Shandine Emerson is a Diné writer from Shiprock, New Mexico, on the Navajo Nation. She has a BA in Education Studies and a BA in Literary Arts from Brown University. Danielle writes fiction, poetry, plays, and creative essays. She didn't. She's also a honorable mention for the James Welsh Prize as well. This past I guess award that happened. She's a writer in residence at Boston Public Library. She is published at poetry.org with a poem called Shema Gyaje Ahyehe. Also published with IAIA's Chapter House. She has a poem on there called Love Letter to Adeline's First Laugh. And also she's a prize winner for the 2024 Bird in Your Hand. But currently she is based in Providence, Rhode Island. So Danielle, go for it.
Let's see. Yeah. So jag är dina undersökningar, klashte initially, taught lasagna, bashichi, taught chine dashinella. Danielle from Shiprock, New Mexico, currently based in Providence. I guess first just kind of want to say I'm very grateful to Shayna, Byron, and Amber. I learn something new every week, and during like the fellowship, and really got to connect with other fellow like writers, and they were all looking to develop like their craft, their voices, and tell their stories. And I feel like I was able to develop multiple works, and I really loved having the opportunity to grow with DACB. So next slide. So yeah, my first piece is sort of an ode to an old radio my grandmother kept on the top of her refrigerator. It was always playing KNDN, and every morning I sort of walked into her hogan and heard that radio playing. So in the back photo is sort of like the farm up in Upper Fruitland. And I couldn't really find the photo of the radio, but it kind of looked like the one I used in like a little what do you call it? Collage type style. So I can just read. Early morning radio. A bundle of clothes scrunched in my arms, dragging behind me as I kick up dirt with torn Converse tops. Untied and loose. From behind, the sun climbs slowly. I watched my shadow copy sluggish movements, bushy hair pulled back into a low ponytail. Warm on my neck. Sunshine's bare hands, palms down. On the porch, cats scramble and cry for their morning meal. I spent the night on my aunt's floor, curled next to my siblings, wrapped in hoodies and blankets and ripped pillows. But their trailer has no running water. The bathrooms are used for storage, boxes piled high, broken and overflowing. Shimasana's hogan has running water, a working toilet and shower. Nights spent crying as our mother guided me and my siblings into a scab-picked white van while our father beat on the windows. We spent days, weeks, months at our aunt's trailer on Shimasana's farm, wrapped in dry corn husks and res dog fur, turning over flour tortillas with bare hands on the outside grill. In the mornings, our mother woke us up for school, peeling back our pile of blankets. I'd rush from the trailer to Shimasana's hogan, the first to shower, and wash my face. Inside, the strong fragrance of black coffee and stale sugar wafted past my cheeks, twisting in my hair, turning my ears pink. On the top of the fridge sat an old box radio. Through a series of crinkles and pops, pops and crinkles, old Nellis spoke crisp Navajo. I caught a couple words. Recognizing the Nebazad made my cheeks warm. Listening to the morning radio brings me back to Shimasana's fresh fry bread, my cousin's chigi legs, and my mother's rare smile, knowing we're safe here. And next slide. And then my second piece is like my memory map, which was an activity we did early on in the fellowship. It's like a memory map of my experience, lived memories, and just like I guess values. So yeah, it's just kind of an accumulation of me and I guess like my lived experiences so far. So like my grandparents and my dad used to do clay work, so I have a lot of like of their old clay work pieces. They sold all of it though, so I don't have any of their pieces, which is kind of sad. But it's good to know that a part of them and a part of like their creativity exists somewhere out there. Um, and then just photos of me on my graduation day and me and my brother when we were younger. Yeah, and then just different, yeah, parts of me in that piece. And then my third piece on the right is more of like a love letter to the Shiprock Fair. So I've been sort of based in Rhode Island for almost like 6 years now. And I'm only able to generally visit home like during the holidays. So I've missed the Shiprock Fair for like every past year, and growing up in Shiprock, it's always kind of like been there. So it's interesting not having it there at all. For the past almost 7 to 6 years. So this piece is sort of just reminiscing and reflecting on like those older times. And I can just read. Oh, how I love the Shiprock Fair. From across the city market parking lot, my brother and I load groceries. We saw people setting up rides. I can't count the number of times I've been told I'll give you $1 if you ride the zipper. But I like solid ground beneath my warm, high-top sneakers. Kids younger than me, oh, they are ready to throw their hands up, begging to have the earth pulled from underneath them. Memories of the zipper consist of waiting and watching. It's not the Shiprock Fair if I'm not waiting and watching others spin through the air. It's a faint memory, but I remember walking my Grandma Betty from the house to the parade. She refused the wheelchair, so we walked together. My Grandma Betty talked to my Grandpa Albert, oh, as a veteran in the parade, New Mexico flag on his shoulder, next to two other veterans carrying the American flag and the Navajo Nation flag. He walked in the parade almost every year while my grandmother watched on, like how I watched on through my siblings, through loved ones who took photo after photo, singing with laughter and coffee and black coffee warm care. Saturday morning, long before the sun stretched its wide palm against the horizon, my brother and I walked in the dark, placing folding chairs along the edge of the highway. The cold, a sharp knife against our exposed cheeks and noses, thick socks on our hands barely kept our fingers from freezing. Others set up, some in trucks, laying blankets across an open tailgate. A few stretched out canopies, preparing for the midday sun. I'm 2,000 miles away from my homeland. Naje reminds me of those early fall days spent on the fairgrounds in the moonlit nights, huddled together in blankets, sipping hot Navajo tea during the New Year ceremonies, as Shemasana cradles my hand in hers, smearing dirt between my fingers till I could hear the Yebiche voices from the fire. And the next slide. Oh, next slide. And then my final piece comes from I guess a place of childhood. My father used to take me and my younger brother out chasing cattle a long time ago. So this piece sort of draws on that like memory, especially as like landscape. The landscape around me at least has changed me in Rhode Island. And the photo that I've used is like of my dad near our corral. Back in like Red Valley, this is where this took place. So I'll read. The day we lost Nellis Begashi. Our father loved telling us, drink your spit. Heavy, stretched, as Shutsila and I pulled our tired bodies out of a shared metal bunk bed. My brother never had to get up early. Our father talked a lot about what he had to do growing up, compared to what his brother had to do. That's why I do my best to treat you all the same. Treating us all the same meant everyone had to go chase cows, and everyone had to drink their own spit when they got thirsty. I made the mistake of wearing basketball shorts, red cuts, scrapes up and down my legs from weeds and Red Valley Lacheet rock. Our Nellis silver truck tumbled, rolled over dirt, water washes, dried stickers, and we'd sit in the back, chasing off red dogs nipping at our taillights, breathing in pieces of hay, hauled every other weekend to feed Chanella's cows. Shitsilla and I were dropped off on a tall crimson hill and told bring the cows north. We carried sticks found near our feet. Shitsilla went left and I went right. Our father drove off. I'll meet you halfway down past the wash. We never met him down past the wash. Instead, our little legs led Chanella's Begashi towards a nearby gas station with old pumps and rusted metal. Velvet-crushed Masanas and their grandchildren, looked on with wide eyes and clenched jaws. We had no way to tell our dad. Panic filled our elementary bones. What do we do now? My brother looked at me, because the eldest always fixed things, right? I breathed in dry dirt and wondered what the quiet air down past the wash sounded like, where the wind spoke in whispers, and if our dad loved those moments of peace before encountering a gas station store. And yeah, that's all of my pieces I would like to share today. Thank you so much. And again, thank you to Byron and Amber and everyone in the Writing Fellows community who shared their work, and we all just sort of like wrote. I feel like we all reached something akin to growth together. So thank you. Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Danielle. I appreciate that so much. It's definitely memory maps are something that we've been kind of touching base on. I'll talk a little bit more about it later, but it seems like we have a question from Sean Sosi. Do you want to ask your question?
Right, then we'll go on to our next fellow. We'll have Anthony introduce our next Silversmith Fellow, who's going to be Rhonda Lane. Anthony?
Okay, well, we got Rhonda coming up. Can you hear me? I'm just checking in.
Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Okay, great. Okay, I'm just going to give a quick introduction about meeting Rhonda. I'll let her introduce herself here in a little bit. Um, Rhonda was a student that came into the fellowship. I did not know Rhonda from before. I did know Kat and Samuel, and I also knew Dalton was over at the Saheli side, but Rhonda I did not know. And when we first got to meet her, we met all together one evening in Shiprock. Dalton unfortunately wasn't able to meet up with us, but I did find out from Rhonda that she did have some very basic training during high school early on. And it was from those early learnings and from it sound like some very uh, basic training that she had, more of an outline from a teacher of hers that um, she learned a couple of things and it really sparked interest with her. And after working out in the corporate field, she came home and decided that's what she wanted to do. And I'm happy that she pursued the fellowship. And Rhonda was just a joy to work with. One thing that set her apart was that she does have a little studio and a good amount of tools that she was able to do a lot of the work on her own. And I'm very thankful that she took that initiative to take up the fellowship and to put in some hard work and make out some great pieces. So we'll turn it over to Rhonda from here.
Hello, Yat A. Shea Rhonda Lane Yin She. Kat Kine Yan Shlindo that Ani Ebashish Chin. No Bani Eda She adults and Abit Eda Shanal. Belk Al Gay Tel Today's A Adet Nasha. And to just translate, I am of the Foot Trails people, born for the Mountain Cove people. I'm originally from a community called Lake Valley, New Mexico. Within that geographic area, there's a place called Yellow Pointed Rock, and that's kind of more of a more detailed place of where I'm from. I actually come into this fellowship more or less as wanting to continue my education. It was mentioned that I had learned from an art class when I was in high school. So with that, I also created my small business known as Piece by Lane. My reasoning for jewelry had been to be able to add a touch of beauty and inspiration to whomever may see my pieces or whomever may purchase a piece if they would like. But my biggest thing is just to share that art with everyone. And then I just kind of built on that and developed my small business through an Etsy store, again, called Piece by Lane. And that's how I'm can be found on social media. Again, for me, I'm more or less a first generational silversmith. So I'm learning as much as I can. I ask a lot of questions. I think I asked Anthony at least 100 questions every evening we met. And I would like to also hand this down to, I have two boys, so I would one day like for them to take up silversmithing or have that in their back pocket as something that they can do artistically. For my particular projects, I decided to do more casting, tufa casting. I just wanted to be able to practice with having some guidance of a mentor. And it just so happens that Anthony was a great mentor in doing that. And so this bracelet here that you are seeing on the screen, it's a tufa casted bracelet with the stone that's sitting like a pedestal raised. In addition to the tufa casting, I was able to be more hands-on with the lapidary. I had cut and shaped the stone to a desired design that I wanted. The inspiration behind this particular bracelet came from the many roads that we travel or I travel, and they get to a certain point. So that certain point kind of is seen through the stone itself. The stone is actually maybe about an inch tall and maybe an inch and a quarter tall and about an inch wide. So when you reach your destination, I think it's a big area, it's like metaphorically speaking about you can also reach your dreams no matter how small, no how big. And that's kind of why I made the stone as such. And raising the stone setting was something new for me. And I actually like it. I've done that on several other pieces that I have made since then. During the process of carving out the tufa casting, I honestly will say that I didn't plan the design, and that's how I create a lot of my pieces. It's just more, I do my designing process as I go. And it actually, this piece came out really great with the first pour. Everything happened perfectly. I mean, there are some little nuances here and there, but that kind of makes the essence of what I'm trying to capture, as far as having like a I find inspiration from natural landscapes. So when there's little nuances that aren't perfect, so to say, I'm grateful to have those pieces in my art. The biggest, excuse me, the biggest technique that I probably got out of this and anything that I've done since I've met Anthony is finishing your product. That more or less deals with the buffing and polishing processes of it. And I did had a little video that kind of, I think y'all saw earlier on this slide that shows the process that kind of went into making this piece. I do have a lot of my photos are out there again on Instagram under Piece by Lane. And on this slide, it's another casting that I did. I originally, honestly, this piece was supposed to have been a bracelet. It didn't, the silver when we melted didn't flow ideally all the way through. So I decided to just use pieces of it. And I created earrings and I added the mother of pearl stones at the bottom to add that dangle effect. The inspiration with this is I at one point used to weave as well, so I wanted to take the weaving designs that you would see and capture that essence and transition that over into silver. So I'm actually proud of this piece. It came out really nice. And while creating it though, the biggest challenges were we're getting the filing and shaping done to definitely cut out the geometrical shapes. That takes a lot of filing and sanding and getting everything the way you kind of want it to look. The technique that I learned and kind of have added also into my designs is the oxidizing of the silver. So that's more of blackening the silver and it makes your patterns stand out more. And like I said, I came in with a lot of questions and because I felt like I've reached out to so many different artists over the past year that I've taken back to silversmithing, just asking general questions. And I find that a lot of artists are hard. They're not willing to share some techniques or maybe some thoughts of how to get better at silversmithing. And I was grateful that I signed up for this fellowship and not knowing who Anthony was, he's been a great help in answering a lot of questions. And I like to say my experience coming in as an outsider and not a student of Diné College, I was grateful to meet the students, Kat and Sam and Dalton. I just kind of spoke with a little bit, but to see our students, our youth, our younger generations want to relearn art that has been part of our culture for a long time, it made me really feel proud of these kids. Since I've established a small business, I've constantly questioned Sam and Kat, like, you need to get established. You need to start thinking about your business and how you want to brand yourself. So I'm just so excited that I got to meet a whole different generation in how they want to create art and share their art as well. And that pretty much covers it. I don't want to take up too much time. Again, if you'd like to contact me personally, I can be reached through Peace by Lane, or if you just want to see my art, it's out there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate that. It's beautiful work. I was just talking about the memory map just a few minutes ago and talking about how everything encapsulates a memory. Basically, what you did with your casings. I was wondering, I was just thinking that, you know, everything has a memory that's attached to something. That's what Kara and Chris and Danielle have been working with. Next, we have Rowie Shabala, who's from Albuquerque, actually. I met Rowie a few years ago, actually, when we did a stint together called Resilience through Tanea Winder, which is, I don't know, it's amazing just to see that, you know, Rowie is here and just to be a part of this, to see her work during this time has just been amazing, because it's just like you kind of just give her a nudge and she goes all the way with it. One of the writing prompts that I gave was basically looking at the self, looking at your body through the mirror. That's one thing we don't do as far as people, because we avoid ourselves. So looking through the mirror, you kind of start to see the self-image. Rowie wrote this piece about the grilled cheese, which was also the grilled cheese paradox. I don't really feel we think about the beginnings, the etymology that Chris was talking about when it comes to eating a grilled cheese. You know, we're indoctrinated into society without thinking about our first anymore. We as Diné people come from a special place where we experience things for the first time in this world. Thinking about the grilled cheese, you know, when was the first time you had it? You know, Rowie wrote this beautiful piece. She's Diné. She is from Fort Defiance, the Navajo Nation, from that part of the Navajo Nation, but she earned her BS in theater at NAU, which is Northern Arizona University, and an MFA in creative writing at the Institute of American Indian Arts in Santa Fe, New Mexico. When I met Rowie, she was more of a spoken word artist, and we had a conversation where she was talking about line poetry versus page poetry versus, you know, spoken word. So it was really fascinating to come from that. But she was also featured on 4 National Poetry Slam team, a 5-time representative on a Women of the World Poetry Slam, and a 2-time representative for the Individual World Poetry Slam. Her work has been featured inside Button Poetry, Indian Country Today, and various zines and magazines such as Anik Press, Red Ink, Wicked Banshee Press, and Suspect Press. Rowie has performed her spoken word poetry at the Lincoln Center for the Out of Doors Project and nationally. She credits her father for gifting her with storytelling. Her works combine story, poetry, and performance. So here you go, Rowie. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Ja, Rowie Shabala Union Share Sanjakin and Nashle Dash Cheatney Bashes Ting Twitsonisha Nas Chanela. I am happy to come to you guys here from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I was born and raised in Fort Defiance, Arizona. My family is from White Cone, Arizona, and when applying for this fellowship, I know a friend had sent this out to me, and she's like, "Look at this fellowship," and from COVID to master's program to jobs and just life, it's just like my poetry has been very hard. It's been hard for me to find time and I guess in some sense inspiration to write. So when I applied for this fellowship, that was kind of the truth that I had put in my application was I needed to find that passion, that spark, that in a guidance as well. And so that's where I found that again through Amber and Byron. and the conversations that we had had throughout this fellowship. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. Through those different type of conversations that we had, there was a lot of deep conversation, a lot of very serious conversation that we had had from the memory map that you had seen. So up to this point from the different writers, poets in here, creating a map where you were born, which town your parents are from. So like that sparked a poem in there too. What kind of poet do you want to be? So that was another like very I guess existential conversation that I had with myself. I'm like, what do I want to be? What do I want to achieve? Who am I writing for? Was a question that was also talked about. Are we writing for a certain type of audience? Are we writing for ourselves? Are we writing for our people? What type of when we write, who are we? Who is our audience? So that was another like question that we had brought. And how are you, your ancestors' wildest dreams? Was oh, I had the two quotes on here, was also part of it too. So these were all different type of questions, and it was just so interesting on how it ignited my curiosity, ignited like me to write. So there's all these little different type of poems and thoughts and I guess conversations that I had had and conversating with my siblings, with my family, with my partner. It was so interesting on what they had that curiosity and that had brought out of me. So that's one thing I am really thankful for this fellowship that that we were able to do. As you can see the picture here on, I think it's my left, underneath my name, that is like my memory map on what they were thinking. I had written a poem a while ago, and the story is my dad. There was one point in my life I was having a hard time. I guess an ex-boyfriend of mine who was who was a veteran and was having problems with combating PTSD, and I didn't know how to help him. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to guide him or even just to be part of that and to take care of him. And my dad told me, he's like, "You're a poet. You're a poet. Heal him with your art. Heal him with your pen, with your words." And so there's two poems that came out of that conversation with my dad, and it was just like kind of him telling me that this art that we have is medicine of some sorts. And for the way he talked to me was like this words that you create, putting them in certain form, certain order, it like helps you help others by speaking, writing, acknowledging things that people have a hard time doing. So when I wrote that poem, there was, like I said, there was two pieces, and through that piece, it talked about where I come from, how I came into this poetry world, how I use the art to benefit myself and to help with myself from there. So that's kind of like where that memory map came from. In that poem, I talk about my parents, about my siblings, about how I use my grandparents' stories. So that's kind of like where that memory map came in from my family. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. One of the other prompts that we had, like I said, there were some really good conversations that we have had and during during the time that I had spent with our fellows in the writing portion of it. And one of them was, what are you doing to heal yourself when you write? So that was very hard because a lot of times it seems like as writers, we tend to get all of our feelings out, all of like sometimes all of our trauma, all of like all the things we put it on paper, and then or we remember something that had happened and we put it out in there in a way. It just kind of like, how are you taking care of yourself in that feeling? How is this writing helping you? Kind of going back with this notion of writing poetry is a sense of healing, sense of medicine, sense of like kind of like your own little type of your own ceremony in a sense. So this is where that poem kind of came in. There was an exercise that they had that Byron had given us, like homework in a sense, was to every single day at the same time write what you're experiencing, write what you're hearing, using your five senses, listening, thinking, and kind of extending that metaphor. And this is the poem that came from that piece. Originally, it was like one whole poem, and I had like all these these all of these prompts in like one poem. So I kind of started to break it up here in a bit. So I'll go ahead and read this one for you. And this is like from that prompt. What are you doing to heal yourself when you write? 12:30 Wednesday. It's one of those days when listening to my breathing becomes essential, where my heart has to turn on survival mode manually, telling my body to inhale and exhale to listen. The shifting of the fan in the other room has a raspy hum, forcing me to clear my throat. Its only job is to move the stagnant air, and it sounds restless, much like my lungs. Its only job is to take in oxygen to help me survive. The fan mixes our shredded skin, hair, and dust particles, while the AC adds a bit of moisture. You can smell the synthetic version of rain and wet dirt. Petrichor on demand. It's like the dust on Che's dashboard in his blue pickup truck, mixed with lukewarm water, old leather, and newspapers with a hint of chlorine. Came out of ceremony this past Saturday. Saturday morning, my hair still smells of dirt, smoke from tobacco, and split pine. It's been washed 3 times since then, and it still lingers, but it seems to be the only thing keeping my breathing steady. Would igniting a wick of a scented candle appease the senses? Eucalyptus and tea tree infused with natural organic beeswax are sold during their biannual sales. Stress relief only $16.99. Having anxiety, and especially at its peak, the rambles of the worst case scenarios is like a tambourine made of cicadas, or the morning alarm goes off but reiterates how today could go bad. So one may jot down lists on how to be prepared to plan the next move, which leads to sacrificing more. And this is why I don't play chess anymore. It's loud. So that was the one of the piece, and kind of thinking of my own like anxiety that I go through, and just kind of like how I guess my little rituals that I have in reading and looking at things, and jotting it down, making the list. So that's kind of where this piece came from. You can go to the next slide. And so that was the piece, and the kind of coming into the prompt of when the first time you had a grilled cheese sandwich. And it was interesting when Byron had asked this question. He was like, "Do you remember?" And this was like, I think this was the second time I've heard him ask me this question. Him and I had a conversation a while back. I believe it was like last summer. We were talking, and he brought this question up, and I was like, "Huh, that's interesting." And then he brought it back up during the fellowship, and I was just like, "Okay." And I really had to think about my when the first time I had a grilled cheese sandwich, and that's like one of my favorite foods is grilled cheese sandwich, and just pretty much anything with cheese. So it made me really think, and then also just kind of like the kind of going along with the mapping, and just kind of like how you handle things, and going back and just like looking at yourself, and that one small like experience that you have had, and then just going back and like retracing your steps of when did I have this, when did I have that, how did this happen, what was happening around me, what could I see that was going on around me. And then this was I remember my mom, this is where this story kind of came from the grilled cheese sandwich phenomenon. When I have my Che used to call me Asa Nyaja, and that was my nickname. So Asa Nyaja and her first grilled cheese sandwich. My Che nicknamed me Asa Nyaja. It is held above me like a standard for those who are 5'4" and taller. standing up straight against the wall of an IHS. I'm 5'3.5" and tiptoeing never helped. The first time eating grilled cheese was the summer when my mom decided to babysit, turning the middle room into a playroom, a child battlefield defended by those who do not know how to wash dishes, didn't know how to pick up their toys. They had no idea how to fix their bed, and they were all older. This was the summer of first grade. Asahyaja remember carrying our baby sister from the hard linoleum tiles over the hot rod cars, kicking the small green army men aside and nudging the Connect Four pieces to grab our sister's Raggedy Ann doll. Even then, we were in survival mode. Remember the grilled cheese sandwich? How mom poured the Campbell's chicken noodle soup from the can into the saucer pan with a missing handle, the same saucer pan she would always use to make Kraft macaroni and cheese. This may be the time when we start to love food. We start to love cheese. Astahniaje. We have white hair now, and it's an evening song. Look at these silver strands, tuned white, sung translucent. We let these roots turn old. We're almost at the bridge of our song. I want to grow old. I want our complexion to be the lyrics kissed by the summer sun, our winter skin to be baked in the color of the Navajo Nation fair with a thin coat of dust, and the shades of our cheeks to be shift from pink to mauve, the smell of cedar and pine trees to linger in our hair. We've had bald eyebrows once. Our sisters watched a razor swipe across our face bald. I don't know why I did that. It may have been to make our sisters smile or to make us smile, but I saw you that night. The innocent mischiefs. You giggled in the center of my chest, felt like the flutter of wings. My lungs finally exhaled sunbursts of laughter, and this is why I call us sunshine. So these were the different poems that I had came up. I did submit a third one, but on thinking of time and space too, I just you might find it on my social media. I might read it there, and then we'll see. But it was such an honor to have Amber and to have Byron as mentors, and to even to be sharing space with the other poets here as well, and listening to what they had to what they contributed, and the passion and conversations that we all had. It just like really ignited that spark of poetry for me once again, and I'm so excited and I'm so grateful. I really appreciate all of what having this opportunity, and I want to say thank you to Diné College and DocMe, Shayna, all of the hard work that you guys have done. I really appreciate it. Again, it's just kind of like seeing all these things kind of, I'm just really appreciative. Yeah, thank you very much.
So next up, we have the last of my mentees, Pamela Harrison. So she sent me a bio, but I don't want to be redundant and read her clients and then have her do it. So I'll just save that for her, but I'll just talk about Pamela. She's on the line joining us on the phone call. So Pamela Harrison's another Shiprock local, and she was part of my first classes at the Diné College. And she was really returning to the craft after a long pause, I think, because she did have some training with her mother. And so Pamela wove some beautiful pieces and actually won some awards for them. So at the NCAP Week exhibition, she won the President's Choice Award for one of her pieces. And at the Diné College Art Walk, she won the Best of Show in textiles. So that was very beautiful and honoring to have textiles represented at those places and to have them honored as well. So Pamela Harrison shares another similar thread of history, of commonality with my other mentors, is that somehow in our families or in our personal lives, we've had other obligations or events that led us away from this art form. And Pamela was interested in returning to it. So that's where she found Diné College's classes and then on to the mentorship. So you can tell that she has had a little bit of training in the art form before she uh, came under my tutelage. But one thing I always stress to my students and to the fellows was that this separation we have from the trading post economy is manifesting in the current work of a lot of textile artists today. And so we see that the old system of regional typology is falling away. And so we're free to, expand on the creation of our ancestors. We're free to take the art form that they gifted us and innovated and preserve their technical and aesthetic achievements and advance it in our own way to reflect our material conditions today or our life experiences now. And so I think Pamela represents that very much so with her wonderful pictorial imageries. And I will just say one last thing as well, is that, the use of color, bright, vibrant colors that, the fellows have showcased today, and also the breaking away from symmetrical weaving patterns of the regional typology is something that I feel very strongly was part of my instruction, and it's just so remarkable to see it manifesting in the work of some of these wonderful artisans, emerging artisans. And so, Pamela Harrison, are you dialed in? Can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, take it away.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Vinicio. Again, my name is Pamela Harrison, and I am from Shiprock, New Mexico. My clans are Kia Ani, Huantlana Bashishchin, Najini Dashite, Nakeda Diné Dashinale. How I got into weaving was from my mother. She did it mostly for leisure in her early life, and slowly it phased out as she aged. I used to help her periodically from spinning to setting up her loom. It wasn't something I was really interested in until later in life. That's where my journey began. I began to seek out different avenues to learn all the aspects of weaving, and that's where I ended up. The piece I created for the fellowship program is my rug titled My Feathered Friend. I use commercial spun wool in an array of colors from various stores. The dimensions are 1.5 feet by 2.5 feet, and it took me about a month and a half to complete it because I knew what I wanted to convey, but I wasn't sure how to design it. I started weaving, and many of the shapes came about in its own way. I was always told your rug is going to do what it wants to do. Don't force it, just let it come to life. My inspiration was the environment and its elements. The turquoise color in the rug represents water and the stone we as Native Americans love to wear. I wove the turquoise color at the top below the border and had it trickle down to the ground, creating beauty within the environment. I chose the turquoise color because it reminded me of rain and the stone. For many of us, turquoise represents wisdom, protection, and hope. The yellow colors represent the sun and how it works in unison with the rain to create the beauty that I see when I look out into the environment. And it also brings me joy because I love the outdoors. The other colors within the rug represent landscape, flowers, clouds, trees, water, and the land. I wanted to bring out this representation in a unique way, and that's why I use geometric shapes that represent the different environmental elements. The bird can represent anything, a variety of things. It can represent me, you, our pets, God's creations, anything you want it to represent. Because of rain, we get many beautiful things. I wanted to invoke beauty and harmony at the same time, and I want people to see what I see when the rain comes. My intent is to have you see the landscape, environment, and the rain through my eyes, and I hope you enjoy and look at my rug the way I do. For me, I believe it's a beautiful way to communicate the beauty within our landscape, and when it rains, the land sings and the joyful noise represents love, peace, and harmony. In conclusion, I'd like to thank everyone for making the fellowship possible. I'm very grateful to be part of it. My plans are to continue weaving and working with Venancio in different classes, and maybe outside of class. And I'm looking forward to the future and what it has to bring. Thank you. Ahihat.
Okay. So up next, we have Danielle Burbank.
Yep, I'm here.
Cool. All right. So Danielle Burbank is originally from Crystal, New Mexico. They currently reside in Farmington, and their interests include libraries, children literature, and cats. And Paul Giamatti.
Thanks for
Welcome,
adding him.
Danielle.
Thank you, Amber. I just want to thank Shayna and our mentors. Byron and Amber have helped me through this pandemic. They offered classes. I took a class with Byron last winter, and he taught me all about hybrid writing and essays, and it was a very interesting class with some ladies from Santa Fe, and that's where I'll end that. But Amber also offered a lot of great creative writing courses through her publishing company and sharing with us space that I didn't know I needed because, you know, it's been a really tough 4 years. And I think a lot of us have mentioned that here, that this fellowship has really brought in that creative side of us too. So what I have here on the screen is my I guess memory map to an extent, but also I know it's like an introduction to who I am. So my clans are there. Hashkan Hadzoha Nishle, Senjikina Bashishchin, Tabaha Dashache, Ziklahni Dashanele, Akot Ego Astan Nishle. And so with this, I've also put the places I've lived. So I have Tota, New Mexico, way up there in the corner by Chaco Cat. That's where I currently reside in Farmington, New Mexico. And I'm originally from Crystal, New Mexico, Tonzile, Dantnasha. My parents live there, reside there, have a beautiful home there in the mountains. And just, you know, the place you call home, it's where my kiddo's belly button is buried. My parents tease me. The reason why I really love cats is because a cat ate my belly button, which is kind of gross, but also I don't know. They were young parents, and that's them right there in that picture. My dad in the cowboy hat, my mom and I, probably taken during the Window Rock Fair. So I decided to add that picture there as well. And then moving down, there's my picture with my family, my husband and my daughter. And as you can see, we still mask. It's just so important to me. For just like social justice, disability justice, to support my community to continue masking. That's why I'm actually really happy we had our exhibition this way. I know some people prefer in person now because the pandemic's over to some people, but to me, I still really feel for others who live with chronic illness and, you know, are just having to deal with a lot of things out there, and we just, you know, make do how we can. And then just going on to the little pictures I have along here, I attended college at the University of Arizona in Tucson. I have a bachelor's in English literature, American Lit focus. And then I went away to Oklahoma for a while, got a master's in teaching there. And then I didn't want to be a teacher. So I wanted to stay in academia, so got a library science degree, and I've been a librarian now for almost 20 years. So with that, and like I said, the pandemic has played a big role in my life. I was a librarian at San Juan College for 13 years, and to keep my kiddos safe, I decided to find an online job. So I currently work for a company called Teaching Books, and we focus on children's literature, and that's become a real passion of mine. Just knowing the Diné children's lit that's out there is really interesting. We have Songs of Shiprock by Lucy Tapahanzo, all the way to new stuff that's just like being published. There's Byron who has the Healers of the Water Monster and all of those, Brian Young, sorry. But it's just a lot of good stuff happening out there in native literature, Diné literature. And then you can see my astrological symbols there. So if we mesh up, you can see that there as well. And then I just put a list of who I am, wife, mom, daughter, cousin, an auntie. I love the Muppets. And then my celeb crushes that Amber mentioned. I'm currently writing a poem, an ode to Paul Giamatti. So we can go to the next slide. So again, this is one thing that I created. So I have Byron and Amber to thank, of course, for introducing me to like shape poetry, which really spoke to me. And so I decided to do one in the shape of a cat. So because I love cats. So up there on the screen, you see the ajat, the ears, the anat, the eyes, the adagat, the whiskers, a chi for nose, a zit for mouth, and then the atse for the tail. And then I put a little X for, you probably know what that means. And then we call it mose, we call it gide. And then my papa, my Nolly, when I was small, he used to give me basically Navajo lessons, and he taught me the word that's down on the bottom there, and it's ketotitzae. He said that's another word for cat in Navajo, and it means you can't hear their footsteps when they walk. So I always felt really special that my papa would teach me a lot of Navajo and a lot of teachings in that manner. And then my kiddo is an artist. She drew the cat. So I gave her the task of like, well, you can kind of make out the cat with just the words, but can you add to it for me, please? And that's what she did. And she decided to put the cat in a loaf position, and I'm just really grateful that she has expressed herself through art and poetry as well, and she's an amazing writer, and I couldn't be more proud of my kid. And I just again want to say thank you, and that one of the prompts we were given like on our first day when we all met together was the poet I wish I was. And so the poet I wish I was are named Amber, Byron, Akimi, Kara, Christopher, Danielle Emerson, Rowie, and Chanel, and Shayna. So yeah, thank you all for everything you have taught me. And, I hope that we all stay connected through social media. And I'm just so grateful for the grant that Diné College has provided us to share our art and just to keep creating. So I appreciate the time, and we can go on to our last poet.
I was on mute. Thank you, Danielle. I love the ones with the cats. It's so good. And then also incorporating Diné Bazad is just, it's like the cherry on top. So thank you for sharing. And yeah, so now I'm going to introduce Chanel Garcia. Chanel is a 27-year-old Diné and Hispanic student and writer from Shiprock, New Mexico. Chanel's pronouns are she, her. She is Ashihi, Salt People Clan, and born for Totochitni, Bitterwater People Clan. All right, take it away, Chanel.
Yeah, can everybody hear me? Okay. Chanel Garcia Yanashia, Ashihi Nishlin, Toijini Bashichi, Hanahi Dashache, Tachi Dashanella. I'm from Shiprock, New Mexico. I'm one of the writing fellows, and um, I, oh my gosh, I can't. I waited all day and now I don't know what to say. Um, I'm very grateful for the fellowship. I feel like I'm very new to the community, and this was kind of my first foray into the writing community, and it's been very welcoming. And I feel like I learned a lot from Byron and Amber. Um, I feel like from their teachings. I know I was kind of quiet during the meetings, but I can assure you that Amber and Byron, that you guys made me feel a lot more comfortable with my poetry because my default is fiction. I write more stories and prose. So this fellowship really helped, especially with creativity, because I'm very much a writer who writes when it comes to me. And after every session, I was writing, and that almost never happens. And I'm also would like to thank the other writing fellows. Pretty sure I follow everyone on social media and Instagram, and I'm always so excited to see everyone's posts and so inspired by how unapologetically everyone is themselves. And um, I would also like to thank everyone who is watching for coming out and supporting us and listening to us talk. Here on the left is my little memory map. I started up here on the right. That's little me. Um, I put me as a baby as kind of like a sun figure. I used to watch Teletubbies when I was little. And then kind of go all the way down here to the left, and that's me when I was a bit younger. And that's me in the middle. Here are my clans, and up here on the left, I put some of the a little bit of facts about me. I am a June baby. My birthday's at the end of the month. I am a Cancer sun. And I wrote 3 poems. I did begin writing 5 different poems while doing the fellowship, and 3 of them I finished. And this first poem is called A Juniper Tree Made Me Bleed Once. One of the later prompts that Amber gave us was to write about or be inspired by a plant. And that particular session unlocked this memory for me. Masana in this poem is what we always use to refer to my great grandmother. So I'll start reading. Change your clothes. We're going to Masana's house, my grandma scolded me. A tank top and jean shorts were no outfit for the red sand and mesas of my childhood. I didn't listen, of course. The determined mind of a lonely child, itchy knees and a stubborn pout, I climbed the juniper tree. The tree was a naturally made playground in the middle of the res. I remember picking the berries and pretending to make cake. Pretending the discarded hood of a car was a kitchen table next to the kid-made slab of wood we called the stove. Pretending each branch was a room on this juniper tree where we played house. The wandering mind of a lonely child, itchy knees shivering in a dusky breeze, I fell backward off the juniper tree. My first thought was that my grandma was right. When the bark of the juniper tree scraped the back of my knees as I hung there, this playground betrayed me. With a stubborn pout to hold back tears, I managed to drop myself to the hard ground and laid there in pain watching the juniper's branches sway. I couldn't let my grandma know she was right. The frantic mind of a stubborn child, itchy knees bleeding and me limping, I left the juniper tree. No one was in Masana's house. I limped into the kitchen and grabbed a few paper towels. I held them to the back of my knees, determined not to cry. There couldn't be any evidence. Masana came into the house. She eyed me suspiciously and spoke to me in Navajo. I didn't understand. My goal was not to be reprimanded, so I gave her a shaky smile. She smiled back at me after a while and left. Even now, as an adult, I think she knew everything that happened.
The melancholy mind of a reformed, lonely child, scarred knees, and a still stubborn pout. I miss the juniper tree. My my mother's family are from Cove, and my masana, my great grandmother, her house is in Cove. So that's kind of the imagery for this particular poem. She didn't speak English. She only spoke Navajo, and I wish I had learned enough to be able to converse with her. She is no longer here. But this is one of my favorite memories. Next slide, please. This next poem was written for a prompt Byron gave us, which was to look in the mirror, to look at ourselves. And I'm very open about my mental health and how in my earlier years I struggled a lot with my mental health. So this is kind of me writing from that perspective. I promise that I am in a better place now. This poem is called Portrait. Natural frowns, aching cheekbones, crooked teeth. She can't laugh or smile too long because it hurts. In the valley of bones, brown skin stretched over her inheritance. Wide eyes intimately familiar with the tears carefully gifted by the child she used to be. Small round lips she was too afraid to open, programmed to believe anything she had to say wasn't important. Every time the mouth opens, she risks pain, skin ripping at the seams just to be heard. She spent years finding herself, digging into skin to find reflections underneath. Eyes so used to tears, she probably couldn't tell she was crying. This is the face mirrored as a too emotional child, a too quiet adult. Her face is loud if she cares to look. Natural frowns, aching cheekbones, crooked teeth. Yeah. I really liked this piece, and I was surprised it came out of me. um, I have one last poem. Next slide, please. This is my last poem I wrote. It's called The Old House. This is from the first prompt that Byron gave us, where he challenged us to sit in the same place every day and to write, whether it was a verse, a line. And obviously, I'm going to choose somewhere at home. And this poem is a reflection of my house and the house that I grew up in. And I was very unhappy with this poem when I first started it. And then it morphed more into sort of a love song for my Nellies. My big Nelly, my Vanilla Hustine, has always been one of my biggest supporters growing up. He really encouraged my love for reading. One of the first things he would always ask whenever he would come visit is, "What are you reading now?" And he was kind of the only adult in my life who was interested in that. So here's my third and last poem. The house is old, much older than the salt on her forehead and the NES they used to play that sizzled on a TV like it was alive. Remnants of her father's adolescence, foreign religions sit on an old bookshelf, proof of her family's divided divinities. She remembers Vanilla Hustine and the Bible he carried around, pages still marked with speeches and sermons he planned to give. Our thoughts are a highway, Shiaja, he once said. She wondered if prayers calmed the traffic in his head because it didn't work for her. The house is old, much older than the Mormon Bible on the bookshelf where the taxidermy's toad still looks like it might still croak. The house is old, much older than her earliest memory, the Battle of the Silverfish, striking while she slept. The battle her father fought the night he didn't get to sleep. Proof one can't evade an invasive species. Colonization, insects relocated. She remembers the slow extermination. She remembers when her room wasn't hers but belonged to Vanilla Hustine, yellow page true crime novel stacked on a desk. "Can I have this room?" she asked. She thought of how the spirit of a room could change so drastically once given away. The NES stowed away. The house is old, much older than the outdated encyclopedias, the box of VHS tapes in the corner. The house is old, much older than the outdated commodity food untouched by time, resting at the back of the kitchen cabinets. She can trace the lines of a person's lifetime, objects at a time. She remembers the smell of mothballs and dust, of old oil, of rust. She remembers Benella Atsan working with ghost beads and turquoise, shuffle footsteps down the hall at 3 in the morning. Oh, share where Benella Atsan always greets. She thinks of how ghost beads remind her of Benella Atsan's hands, power and their fragility. The house is old, much older than the 80s windbreakers inside the closet, the dusty YouTube poster inside the laundry room. The house is old. She sees the changes through time, a time-lapse video, an artifact and a refuge, a sanctuary made from a land dispute. The house is old, not as old as Benella Atsan, hoarding fabric still stacked in a closet they keep closed. Not as old as Benella Hastine and the yellow page true crime novels found here, found there. They are connections to the old house. The veins running through the plaster and old wooden doors, their imprints of wisdom intertwined and stained within the carpet. Their echoes of Diné Bazaar ripples in the hallway at dawn. Memories create ceremonies like drum beats in a foundation. Timeless. And yeah, thank you.
I'm gonna let Chanel's words just sink in for a bit. I loved how she ended it with her last piece. So again, thank you all for staying with us. This was literally, man, a full 8 hours maybe. But thank you all for staying with us, listening to our fellows share their work, listening to our mentors, parade them on because they've done so tremendously for them. I wanted to just share just a really quick, because I learned this from Manny at one point, being an Edwy, just instead of doing invocations that we usually do at Diné College, I feel like it's best to just read some words from some of our, four mothers, I would say, in this way. So it's just really short, but this is a poem from Lucy Tapahanso. And I feel like this poem really just came, I was so worried about the beginning, thinking that I needed to read this from the beginning, but I think this last poem sums up everything that we've talked about. So I just want to read this really quickly. This is from A Radiant Curve by Lucy Tapahanso. It is called We Must Remember. We must remember the worlds our ancestors traveled, always wear the songs they gave us. Remember we are made of prayers. Now we leave wrapped in old blankets of love and wisdom. So I'll end it there and I'll pass the last mic to Crystal. Oh shoot, before I forget, sorry. Just want to give last acknowledgement again to the New Mexico Creative Industry Division, having their first grant, sort of selecting 18 projects out of that grant. We were fortunate enough to be selective of one of them. Just extending other thanks to some organizations that have helped, again, give fellows some of their stuff to kind of promote. Again, just showing us what kinship means in this world of art, of writing, because that's so important to us and that's what we want, what we tried to emphasize with this fellowship. So to Abalone Mountain Press, of course, Amber, thank you again for extending your services to us and then extending it again now for the forthcoming anthology that we're going to be publishing. I'm excited for it. Second being the Indian Girls Book Club that hosted our fellows during their Youth Cup final book drop finale in Shiprock, New Mexico. Thank you all. Words of the People, which is a writing organization located in the Pawhuska, Oklahoma, by Chelsea T. Hicks. Thank you for sending our fellows some things as far as swag for them. So they'll be receiving those in the mail. And then last but not least, Pima County Library, the Many Nations team out in Tucson, Arizona, Lindsay Curley. Thank you so much for sending our fellows again things that we'll share that will hopefully continue to help them create and think about who they are, where they come from, and all of that goodness. So thank you again, Lindsay, for sending those things. Alrighty, go ahead, Crystal.
Alrighty. Thank you all again for joining us all day. We had such a great time just listening to each other and about all of your experiences. I absolutely really appreciate it, and I really appreciate all the mentors for what you've done and for all of your inspiration to not only to the fellows but to Shayna and I, and also to the guest speakers. We really appreciate that you guys take your time out to give us, you know, some inspirational talk, and to, you know, we learned a lot from all of them too. Again, yeah, I head to the New Mexico Economic Development Department, Creative Industries Division, for, you know, sponsoring and believing in this project, building towards thriving artisan and author communities in the Northwest region of the Navajo Nation. And so we are looking forward to the anthology, and we will be announcing that as well. But I would just, it's just all about thanks right now, and really great job to all the fellows for what you've produced. And I feel inspired. I feel so inspired by your words and by your work. And as an artist myself, it just motivates me again to get back into it. And so I really appreciate it, and great jobs to you fellows, like seriously, for I know a lot of you had full-time jobs and you were still able to produce, you were still able to put work in, and we really appreciate that. And then with the not having enough resources as well, you still were resilient, and you were still able to get, you know, your projects done, to be able to adapt, especially in this environment right now and in this world. So great job, and please be proud of yourselves. You did a great, awesome job, and know that Diné College is here. We have amazing programs here. We have the creative writing program here. We have the Navajo silversmithing program here. We have the Navajo weaving program here too. And you already have introduction to the core people that are within those programs. So feel free to talk to us about it if you want to learn more, especially for those that are tuning in from the live stream. Feel free to contact us if you have more questions about this fellowship, but also within the college and what we offer. And also all the collaborators, each and every one of you, thank you for making this this fellowship a success, and for our fellows to be able to support our fellows all the way through. Thank you. Yeah.
Alrighty, y'all. Well, we are tuning out at this time, so thank you again. We'll have the live stream on Facebook. We'll have recordings